He's coming.
It's 5
He was
o'clock.
right behind me.
Are we, we're on?
Yes, it's 5 o'clock.
Are we live?
Yes.
Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. This is a regular, closed session meeting of the San Clemente City Council on October 21, 2025 at 5 p.m. And October 21, did I say that date right? I think I did. Do I have a motion to move into closed session?
So move.
Moved and seconded by Victor and Zen. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're in closed session.
Hey, my screen and my screen only has the
Good afternoon, everybody. This is a regular meeting of the San Clemente City Council. We're calling this meeting to order. It's 5:30 PM on October 21, 2025. And let's begin the meeting with a invocation by Ryder Stamelli, a stake interfaith specialist at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Pastor?
Father in heaven, we're grateful for the opportunity that we have to gather here in this city council meeting for the city of San Clemente. We're grateful for the many blessings that we have and enjoy. We're grateful for our beautiful community in the city that we live in. We're grateful for our country, the many freedoms that we have and enjoy. We're grateful for all those who watch over and protect the city, for the first responders and for law enforcement, and also for those who serve in our military. We invite the Spirit to be with us as we conduct the affairs of our city this day, and we do so in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Mr. Enmeyer, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, let the record show that all members of the council are present. First item 1A is a fiscal year unaudited preliminary fourth quarter financial report. We have a brief presentation. Before you begin, I just want to, Finance Director, before you begin, I just want to commend your providing to the community financial analysis through a series of meetings informative meetings that you're giving to the public. They've been very helpful, and thank you for what you've been doing. So go right ahead with your report.
All right. This evening, we're going to go over the general fund, the general fund balance for the unaudited fiscal year 2025. We're going to focus on general fund since enterprise funds are self-funded. As you can see, revenues are in line with what has been budgeted. The difference is due to the timing of receiving some of the reimbursements for revenues. Property tax remains to be the #1 source of revenue and continues to grow steadily as expected. The areas that are going to be monitored closely for the new fiscal year will be sales tax and TOT, as these revenue sources are sensitive to consumer behavior and economic conditions. Next is the general fund expenditures. The amended budget is $103.8 million, which includes $12.7 million, which is a carryover from the prior fiscal year. The actual amount that ended in fiscal year 25 was $89.8 million. And although this is higher from the prior fiscal year, the anticipated increase was due to several areas, such as the police and fire contracts, personnel costs due to filled vacancies, and an increase in benefit costs. But even with all of these, the expenditures are well within and under the budgeted line items. General fund unrestricted fund balance is anticipated to be at $7 million, which is $2.7 million higher than the anticipated budget. This is due to fiscal prudency and completion of capital outlay projects, and also conservative forecasting. This concludes my report, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions,
I have
gentlemen?
a question, yeah.
Victor?
Are the trends related to property taxes and sales tax, are they consistent with years past, or are they on the way down?
Yeah, so this biennial budget, this year, we projected it 2 years ago, so there's going to be some changes. 2 years ago, we didn't forecast this economic conditions that we currently have, so sales tax was anticipated to be higher than what they were 2 years ago, so that we will continue to monitor. Property tax, it's pretty stable right now, so that's something that we are also monitoring, but it's continued to grow as expected.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for your report. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our next item is a council member reports, and Mr. Leffler, would you like to start off on that?
I would.
Go right ahead.
Put up the slide of my activities. Biggest activity was the Carnival Colossal that we had, 4 days. It was great, got great community support. I worked up there for 4 days, and on the second day, my crown came off of my front top tooth, and it was great because people kept on asking me how to fix the Ferris wheel and all that. I just really fit into the group up there. But besides that, it was a great event, raised a bunch of money for the city, and we're really proud of that. And show the next slide. It was really pretty. On Thursday, we really dodged a bullet with the weather, and that was kind of the sunset over the midway there. It was really cool, and it had great weather the rest of the weekend. More important note here is we lost one of our deputies. Deputy Gish, our SRO, who's been here for a while, decided he no longer wanted to be an SRO or a deputy for that matter. Now he drives a boat. So he's gone to the harbor, and we've lost him. It was a big loss to us, but we're really fortunate. At this time, I'd like to introduce our new SRO, Deputy Ruelas. If you could step up here. Being an SRO is a really tough job. You're not only a child psychologist, you're a parent psychologist sometime, and you have to deal with teachers. I mean, it's really a challenging job. So it's really great that you decided to step up, and maybe just step up to the mic and introduce yourself and say hello.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Deputy Relis. I will be your new school resource officer, as mentioned. So you'll see me in the schools during drop-off or any special events that every school is having. So on Thursday, you'll see me at the trunk or treat down at the Chick-fil-A. So you'll see me around the schools and special events. So don't hesitate to come up, ask me anything, whether it's something about the schools, safety, or e-bike safety. I'm available for any questions you guys may have.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Wu, would you like to report?
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. So on October 12th, attended a FAM hunger walk. We have hundreds of people walking for this event. October 18th in the morning, 250th anniversary of Mission Saman Kapchwana opening ceremony. The event was held at Pursuant village and hosted the Ahachman Nation Powwow. October 18th in the afternoon, on the same day in the afternoon at Camp Pendleton, attended the 250 years of a United States Marine Corps event where Vice President J.D. Vance delivered a speech, From Sea to Shore, a celebration of amphibious strength. I want to take this moment to recognize the many veterans in our community. Your service and sacrifice make it possible for all of us to live in freedom and to engage in open civic life, values I deeply cherish as American. Semper Fidelis, always faithful. Lastly, I wish to state for the record that during public comment at the October 7th meeting, a number of allegations were made against me. Those allegations were false. I will not dignify them by repeating them here, but I must address the remarks that question my loyalty to this country and a reference to my national origin. For context, I was born in China and came to the United States in 1999 to reunite with my wife and pursue graduate studies in architecture and city planning. After earning my dual master's degree, I worked for design firms in Orange County and advanced professionally over the next decade. I paid my taxes, contributed to my community, and in 2010, received my permanent residency. 6 years later, I was naturalized as an American citizen. It took me 17 years to become a proud American citizen. The long route and the right one. I love this country and everything it has offered me. This is why I have chosen to give back through public service, and I'm honored to serve the people of San Clemente. Let me be clear. Racial prejudice has no place in our society. I took an oath of office to uphold the Constitution of the United States. The suggestion that I could be a spy is outlandish and offensive. It's not only a personal attack, it is an ethnically coded message that unfairly casts doubt on the loyalty of Chinese American and Asian American communities. I want to assure the people of San Clemente that I'm here to work hard for you and to make our city a place of openness, fairness, and respect, a community that welcomes all, regardless of color, religion, language, or national origin. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Wu, you're going to have to tell me how you got to both events since the freeway was closed, but that must have been a feat.
Go ahead.
I attended the Cal City's annual conference. The most important part about attending that, you get briefed on all the legal trends impacting our cities. You get to review all the important legislation that had been signed by the governor and that legislation that had been vetoed. And so that always helps us become better stewards of this. At that same meeting, I was elected by the members of the Cal Cities to represent District 5 to the Cal Cities Board. So that was, for me, quite an honor. I can attest to Rick's hard work at the Colossal Carnival. I think he's still not yet recovered from all the hard work that he's done, but I think you need our thanks for all the work you do for that beautiful event for the families and the community of San Clemente. I supported our restaurant week several times this past week. As you know, the Downtown Business Association, which I'm a member, the representative of, had restaurant week. We had a lot of great restaurants in San Clemente participate in that. It was put on by the DBA, and then on Saturday there was a small little event. I'd like to thank the Downtown Business Association for their work on that effort. I attended the grand opening of our new temporary heliport at the fire stations on La Plata. What we've done is we've placed a helicopter on Red Flags days at the La Plata fire station so that we can have access to emergency equipment right here in San Clemente. And that was done through the hard work of our city, through the OC Fire Authority Board. We still need to do a couple of more things. We need to get a more permanent water tank, which we will do. And the real significance of that is that if we have a fire here in San Clemente, it used to take almost 24 to 26 minutes to bring the helicopter with water. Now, with the new helicopter situated right here in San Clemente, if there is a fire, we will have access to that on red flag days within 2 to 4 minutes anywhere in San Clemente. So I think that was a great feat, and Rick joined me for that great event. That was another great community event where we had children and adults walking on the helicopter, seeing everything that happened out there. I presented at the Speakeasy this past Thursday. I attended the Orange County Fire Authority, which I am the representative for San Clemente, to their legislative board. We discussed a plan for legislation coming up for the Orange County Fire Authority for next year. Had a board meeting with Love San Clemente, an organization that is going out supporting our schools and projects. I think it's settled date is now next February, and so we're going to do a lot of cleanup projects for our schools. I spoke to the Downtown Business Association at their monthly meeting on issues related to the downtown lighting, their restaurant week, and parking issues here in San Clemente. I attended the 250th anniversary celebration at the Marine Corps base. It was an absolutely stunning display of our country's military might on air and land and sea. And so seeing that was extraordinary. Hearing the Marines and the leadership speak about how they intend to defend this country should it be needed was eventful and, for me, rather significant. Had a meeting with Chandler, which provided our most recent sand on North Beach. It wasn't a lot of sand, but what that did prove is a proof of concept that that kind of sand works, and that there's another access point to North Beach. I know the people at North Beach didn't like that kind of sand. I didn't either, but that's the kind that was decided to be put there by the OCTA. We're going to work with them in the future to get a better grain of sand there when they put their next plan dumping there. So that's about it.
Thank you, Victor. Mark?
All right, so I also was at the Cal Cities convention, and I think I also have all my things that I went to up on there. Thank you. So you can take a look at all the things. I'll just hit a few of them. One that was really interesting was preparing local leaders for immigration policy changes. And there were just so many heartbreaking stories were told here about anything from parents being picked up by ICE in front of their children at school. This happened just down in Encinitas. In Ventura, a U.S. citizen and Army veteran was detained and put into solitary confinement with no way to contact anyone until he was released 3 days later. There was story after story. But the question was, what can our cities do to protect our illegal residents? The presenters talked over and over again how imperative it was that the city do everything they can to make sure that their residents that look like you, Mr. Cabral, and have accents like you, Mr. Wu, to make sure that they are safe, that they know their rights, that they have their paperwork in order, and that they have a plan. I thought about how amazing it would be if our city council were willing to show such compassion to our residents and neighbors. So for now, I'll just say what those rights are. If anyone is stopped by immigration
Point of
officer.
order. This is a report on what our activities this month rather than speeches on policy or politics. So
Well,
keep it to the conduct that you.
I didn't know, because others have been able to say speeches on their politics and other things as
I
well.
don't have a problem with you discussing.
So when he's able to talk about policies of transgender or other things?
Don't interrupt. What I'm saying is this is a time for council members to talk about activities they've been to, and you're describing that, which is fine,
Yes.
but to go on about your policies on.
Yes, this is the activity that I went to that they recommended cities say. So this is what I'm saying for our city.
Just keep to
But
the
if you-
agenda,
if
go
you're-
right ahead.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
All right.
Stick
So
to the agenda.
this was just what they said about the residents and how to protect them. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to open a door to an agent without a signed warrant. Do not sign any documents without speaking to a lawyer first. In Espanol, si lo paran las, pardon me for my pronunciation. Si lo paran las autoridades de inmigración o la policía, guarde silencio. No abra la puerta, no firme ningún documento sin hablar primero con un abogado. Also went to other ones on advancing municipal climate action through partnership. talking about climate action plans versus the creation of an energy sustainability plan. Really interesting things on what cities can do in terms of creating solar panels. City of Fresno Ventura saved millions and millions of dollars with their energy sustainability plans. Also, others on power of public transportation and shaping communities. Finally, I presented at the Coastal Cities Annual Business Meeting issues that actually were passed by the state. That Cal Cities, with support from the Coastal Cities Leadership Conference, which I'm a part of, helped to get things passed like SB 454 and SB 682, which are State Water Resource Control Board, which help creating mitigation funds for forever chemicals. AB 986, State of Emergency and Local Emergency. This one to make sure that when there are emergency landslides are actually included in those emergency funds. So last time we had landslides for the city, we didn't get any of those emergency funds provided by the state because landslides were not included in that. Now they are. AB 346 about short-term rentals and transient occupancy taxes requiring addresses of short-term rental listings and audit authority. AB 996 sea level rise plans, a voluntary early consultation process for coastal local governments to consult with the Coastal Commission. This one is also a really important one. It allows for our local coastal plan when it goes to the Coastal Commission, instead of it going back and forth and taking a long time and all these revisions, instead it speeds up that process to help our city, specifically San Clemente, as we are developing our LCP. Okay, October 11th, went to a paddle out with the Protect San Onofre group to bring awareness to the storage of our nuclear waste at San Onofre and what we can do about that. October 12th, went to the FAM Hunger Walk, which was their 38th Hunger Walk. I was able to walk with my church, San Clemente Press. They delivered 2.3 million pounds of food this last year to 20,000 people. 94% of them housed members of our community, to house members of our community. October 13th, Happy Indigenous Peoples Day. Also, I had my CASA JPA meeting, which we have something on the agenda to talk about today on that. Also, you should know, can I switch to the quick PowerPoint here? It is National Adopt a Dog Month. And so adoption fees are waived at the animal shelter. This is Hickory, Pomeranian, 2 years old. Next one, please. This is Blue, female lab, 5 years old. Next one. This is Trinket, and he's got some exciting puppy energy. And Broly, he's a lab, 10 years old, senior dog, if you're looking for a good senior. I think Mr. Hall has a senior dog as well, if you are looking for a senior, an older companion. All right, and October 18th, I was quoted in the Los Angeles Times about the freeway closure. And October 20th, yesterday, was the Red Ribbon Walk, the Red Ribbon Walk and Rally. And it was great seeing all of the San Clemente schools present there, making a pledge to be drug-free and live healthy lives. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I forgot one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't have overlooked this, but on October 16th, we had a meeting of the Songs Community Engagement Panel where we had experts from all over the world, literally all over the world, come in and testify about the safety of the storage process of the spent nuclear fuel and about our efforts to move that as quickly as possible out of California to some other site. It was, if you want, you can take a look on the Songs Community Engagement Panel for that entire hearing. I think it's a 3-hour hearing. We released almost 1,700 photos that people were concerned about in full transparency, and that's something I think I'm very proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. This last week, I also attended the Camp Pendleton 250th anniversary of the Marine Corps with Vice President Vance and Secretary of War Hegseth. Excellent presentation on our capabilities. I also attended the finance that are put on by our finance director discussing our city budget and giving the details to the community on where our money comes from, how it's spent, and how our budget process works. Very informative, so if anyone would like to attend those meetings, they're going on a pretty regular basis, and there's still a few of them left, so I'd encourage our citizens to do that. I also attended the Orange County Sheriff's Department Night Out event at the Vista Hermosa Park, where they displayed their sheriff's capabilities from equestrian activities to their SWAT team, the helicopter team, the various services that they provide. Very, very informative, very impressive. And Captain Justin Chevalier was there with his team, and it was nice he brought in other departments from around the county that serve our community. It was very, very impressive. I also attended on behalf of the City of San Clemente the Vector and Mosquito Control Board. I'm the representative for our city there. We've had a few West Nile mosquito disease outbreaks in central Orange County, Anaheim, Fullerton. We've been pretty lucky here in San Clemente. Very small amount of activity here. So with that, that concludes our council reports. The next item on our agenda is oral communications, part 1.
Okay, I'll call
Madam Clerk, how many speakers we have?
we have just 4 cards so far.
4 cards?
Yes. I'll call the first couple of speakers. Dee Coleman, followed by Lois McMickle.
You can pass those out, Chair. The city clerk will take those from you. Thank you.
Nice to see you again, Dee. It's been a while.
Yeah. Never seen this new facility. It's beautiful in here. It's been a while since last time I've been in front of the council. Okay. I'll wait till you guys get your materials there. Okay, so on-street storage parking is a problem here in San Clemente, and some people are breaking the law. Parking in San Clemente in some areas is an issue, and it's just only getting worse in our city. My goal tonight is not to keep cars from parking on our streets, but to stop the storage of vehicles on our streets. Next slide, please. I have a neighbor next to me that continually parks this truck in front next to our property here, but if you that doesn't work there. But the car's been there continuously for many years since they've moved in. Since September 6th of 20, it's been cited 26 times. If a person does not comply with the requests and the law, what do? I've called the sheriff. I've tried to talk to the code compliance people, but we have an outdated law, the 72-hour parking law, that is requires a car to move. But most people only move at just a small block or a little out of the block, and that's satisfactory. I'm a resident. I'm also a business owner. I own a car dealership, but I've never parked my cars for extended periods of time on a property. But if you look, there's just a few dates of what this is. And if you look at some of the pictures there, you can see how the truck has moved. The color pictures might show better than the picture you have up there. But it's been cited, been moved, and it just moves just a short bit. Next slide, please. It's not just only on my street, it's in all of our community, it's all around San Clemente, but these are actually Google Earth shots, and you can see there's a camper that's parked there. If you go out there tomorrow, tonight, you can go see that camper still there. To the right, there's an off-road truck there that's in there. So it just continues on all throughout the community. So next slide, please. We need to do a better ordinance than what we have to stop storage on the streets, to accommodate our city services like street sweeping, trash collection, emergency services, quiet enjoyment of property, being able to walk on a street and not walk around cars. The rule is try and talk to your neighbor. Well, if the neighbor's not going to be compliant and move, well, then it creates friction. So it makes it even harder. Also to reduce our enforcement in our city services. Next slide, please. I lost some time there. Did something happen? City of San Diego has done a major crackdown on the 3-day rule. They have to move 100 feet or so. Next slide. Newport Beach, Lomita, all these cities all have people move a big distance the way that it is. Irvine, next slide, please. Irvine has a violation where they have to move off the street into the private property of a person. So we need a clear understanding. Next slide, please. We need to stop this problem. Dana Point, Newport Beach have all made new laws, so I request that we fast track this
Thank you.
and try and stop this.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Steve.
you.
Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Lois McNichol, followed by Reva Buck.
I don't have a PhD, but I can see what's happening to our beaches. I live across the street. We are being charged a premium price for sand that is not beach quality. I live in North Beach. This has already happened in Waikiki. Locals bemoan the situation, but just like here in San Clemente, they are told by the city councilor there's nothing that they can do. So why do we need a city council? They're supposed to be our voice. Shouldn't the maintenance of our beaches and public safety be their top priorities? San Clemente is a beach community that depends on the natural beauty of our beaches to draw tourists worldwide. There is no plan to build our iconic bridge. Would rather build a 1,400-foot-long seawall. This feature is unique to San Clemente. It offers an unmatched scenic view and is used by both resident and tourist photographers. A simple dirt trail cannot replace this. Businesses would suffer a sharp decline because San Clemente depends on tourism. And people come here to see our iconic bridge and experience small-town beach community life in a healthy atmosphere. Walling ourselves off from the beach will ruin that. Our city manager is of the opinion that surfers would walk on rocks to get to the ocean, so let's not really be concerned about that. Only concerned about sand replenishment in tourist areas around the pier. And it's illegal to block access to the beach. But I'm sure our city attorney knows this, but not that she's done anything about it. It will also devalue the homes. Listen up, real estate agencies and private homeowners. Start attending city council meetings and speak up. They don't listen to anything else. Protecting the train is necessary for high-density housing. SB 79 requires a mass transit system. And Orange County is one of 8 counties that will be affected by this new law that goes into effect next year. High-density housing could be built in many areas. SB 79 and other atrocious laws were passed to usurp local control under the misguided notion of housing first. This has been around since the 1990s, and homelessness has only gotten worse. So, the council is allowing Octa to destroy our beaches. Save the beaches and bring back the beaches are co-conspirators, all for a few grains of sand that is not even beach quality.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Reva Buck, followed by Amanda Quintanilla.
Good evening. On behalf of the Felicidad homeowners, I want to thank the council for your continued attention to enforcing the 17-foot height limit on Delicata, and for the efforts you've made to encourage Broadmoor's compliance. We truly appreciate the time and effort you've invested in this difficult process. We are grateful that 17 violations have been abated. Unfortunately, 10 or 11 new ones have now grown over the 17-foot limit, with most of them being on a single property, bringing the total to roughly 35 violations. While some progress has been made, the overall problem remains significant. In May of last year, 12 Delicata properties were non-compliant. Today, that number is 6, and 4 of those properties account for 2/3 of the current violations. We respectfully ask that when this matter returns in January, the council approve a fair resolution that requires Broadmoor to comply in perpetuity with the council's March 18th directive to abate tree height violations expeditiously, on its face, and without Broadmoor's subjective assessment. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Amanda Quintanilla.
Megan, if you could cue that up for me, please. Next slide, please. So I wanted to clear up misinformation that was stated about me when I was running for city council, and it's an issue that I wanted to address because it's been on my mind for quite some time. This is actually a Superman cape that, and the city manager is holding up that Superman cape, which was one of the gifts that a local proponent of pickleball presented to 3 council members who voted on November 9th to keep one of the pickleball courts open at San Gregorio. I took that picture and because we wanted to know what was in those bags. And one council member at the time, last year, in my endorsement interview, made an allegation about me, saying that I went to the press with allegations of bribery of this council member, and that was false. Next slide, please. That was the San Clemente Times article, and there was no mention of any kind of bribery at all whatsoever. And the moral of the story is, sometimes, during elections, things are stated about council members, or candidates, that are untrue. Next slide, please. At the last city council meeting, there was an allegation raised by a council member that Councilmember Wu had stalled negotiations between TCA regarding some parcels of land. I read the statement that TCA CEO Ryan Chamberlain stated. Further, Councilmember Wu's prior comments have in no way soured negotiations on this parcel from our perspective. Any communication from our end regarding this was merely TCA doing some fact-finding to see if there was anything we should be aware of. I assure you this is a non-issue for TCA. Next slide, please. Here's the email from TCA CEO. The TCA is a governmental agency, and this email is of public record. I think on social media there's been posts regarding some articles that were sent out, and unfortunately they were not able to report on that. But here's the proof that TCA CEO stated that. And I just wanted to let people know that it's quite different from what a council member said about Councilmember Wu, and that negotiations were not stalled. And so I just wanted to clear the air on that. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more speakers, Madam Clerk? No. Okay, our next item is item 4. We need a motion waiving reading in full.
I just wanted to point out one thing. There was a difference. I think it might be the person that said that they had stalled. In fact, they had stalled. The letter that she references says it's soured. But, I may at the end of this meeting ask to agendize that again so we can have a fuller investigation. Because I think she's demanding an investigation to find out exactly what took place. And maybe we build a whole record on that. So, okay, thank you.
Item 4, I need a motion waiving the reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Made by Mr. Enmeyer, second by
Second.
Mr. Cabral. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Matter passes. The next item, 5, consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action. Are there any, gentlemen? Mr. City Attorney, do you have any? Need immediate agendizing? No? Okay, thank you. The next item is closed session reports. Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council met in closed session on item A. There was direction given, no reportable action. Thank you.
Okay. Any staff communications, Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, I do have a couple. Staff would like the city council to consider suspending the agenda and moving item 10C to immediately after the public hearing of 8A, just given the number of public comments that have been submitted. And then I would like to thank everybody for coming out to my birthday party tonight. So, like, this is great to see so many people.
By the way,
at my
this
birthday.
is the birthday of our city manager, so happy birthday,
Thank you
Mr.
for
City
coming to my
Manager.
birthday party. This is great.
I was going to move item 10C forward. Were you asking that be? Correct. Because of the,
I don't know.
and 10E as well.
And 10E, yeah, I was gonna.
There's no public comment.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Great, fantastic.
Before we get to item 8, the public hearings, let's need a motion to move item 10C and 10E forward so that we have a lot of people that like to speak, and rather than have them wait for potentially a long, long time before we get to their item, we'll hear them as soon as possible. So do I have a motion?
Wait, this is just for
This
10C?
is for 10C and 10E in that order.
He said that there's no comments for 10E.
On 10E
E.
as in Edward?
Okay, there is a comment, so yes, let's do both.
Okay, so C and then E.
Is that a motion to
That's my
move that
motion.
forward? Motion's made by Mr.
I'll second.
Leffler, seconded by Mr. Enmeyer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, then the next item is item 10C on our agenda. Ten C, which is a review of Cars and Coffee event and approved weekly event under conditional use permit 22-328 for permitted events at the outlets at San Clemente, and consideration to initiate a public hearing pursuant to San Clemente Municipal Code 17.12.175, city-initiated changes or revocation of approved applications. Do we have a staff report before we hear from the public? And also, this is not a public hearing, so go ahead with staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, I'll be brief with this staff report. As you just noted, this one is not a public hearing, but what this item would do from discussion is give the council the opportunity to schedule a future public hearing, should that be their desire. So on September 16th, the City Council requested this future agenda item to discuss the possibility of agendizing a future public hearing. So in order to provide some information to give you context of whether or not to do that, staff did do a review of both code compliance, complaints received related to the Cars and Coffee event that is hosted at the outlets, as well as reached out to public safety. Information about that is provided in the report, but very briefly on that, in 2022, the Planning Commission did review this event as well as others, adopted a resolution that included some additional conditions. Staff did note that the event operators appear to be abiding by the conditions of that permit. There have been a few complaints received by our code compliance, 4 in total, since that event went into effect, which was December 2022. However, there have been more than 4 related to off-site, so not under the specific authority of the event operators, but related to the coming to and going from the event. So there is a table within that report that identifies a couple of enforcement days that both Orange County Sheriff's Department and the California Highway Patrol had targeted enforcement related to some speeding and other activities related to that. So there's definitely some off-site history related to some vehicle code violations. So those aren't use permit violations per se, but that would be, again, context for the council to consider whether those are directly related to the event at question. So in conclusion, the option really today is to look at the possibility of scheduling a future public hearing, at which time full noticing would be done, both to the event operator as well as to any community members within the standard radius of that property, should the council desire to proceed with a public hearing on this item.
Thank you. Anything else from staff on that? Okay, any questions of staff before we hear from the public? Rick?
Yeah, I actually brought this forward because of numerous complaints that I've received regarding the cars for coffee and different amounts. I know you referred to an enforcement detail that was conducted jointly by the CHP and by our local OCSD. Do you have the statistics on that?
I do, yes.
Could you share those?
Sure, I certainly can. So there were 2 enforcement actions in 2025 from CHP in March. There were 159 enforcement contacts or stops, which resulted in 121 citations. There were 34 verbal warnings, 5 vehicle seizures, and 4 arrests, including 3 felonies, and 2 pursuits. That was from the March enforcement actions from CHP. In May of 2025, there were 54 enforcement stops by the Orange County Sheriff's Department, resulting in 56 citations and 2 vehicles towed.
Okay, and I think a lot of this was done on overtime basis between the CHP and OCSD. Who paid for those? Who paid for the extra enforcement?
I would have to refer to our sergeant to comment on the overtime situation. I don't have that information in the staff report.
Okay. And then the last, referring back to that CUP that was signed, looks like December 7th of 2022, one of the items under C, it says the proposed use, and this, by the way, this CUP was not only just for Cars for Coffee, but it was a pumpkin patch, whatever else they decided to do on that property. But under C, it says the proposed use will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to the properties and improvements in the vicinity. So would that expand then beyond the actual limits of the outlet property in that wording?
Yeah, so what you're referencing is one of the findings related to a use permit. So any use permit that the city issues has to meet those findings. And as I mentioned before, there is a delineation between compliance with conditions, but continued ability to meet, the findings. So the council could reevaluate that finding should they have a de novo hearing.
Okay, yeah, and under, that was C, C3, security, traffic plans, and safety measures will be implemented with each event, which would be, I would assume that would not be just one plan for event per week, 52, but that would be for each event separately. Each event that they have, we would be considering the traffic issues and plans that whatever they had implemented, we could review those.
So may I ask for clarification? Are you asking?
Is Cars for Coffee, when it says here, traffic plans and safety measures will be implemented with each event, are we considering Cars for Coffee one event or 52 events?
In this case, one event, when it's a use permit, it's permitted on a stated basis. So in this case, it was permitted as a weekly event. So it's not permitted as other temporary events are permitted as a singular event where multiple permits would have to be issued on a recurring basis. In this case, that recurrence is covered by the use permit.
Okay. And so that just after reading this, I mean, it's been since 2022, basically, that we've looked at this with a number of complaints that we have received. That's why I feel, especially since we can revoke a CUP at any time if the conditions have been broken. That's why I moved it forward, just to kind of review. And with that, I'll hold my comments till.
Thank you. Any other comments of staff before we hear from the public?
Yeah, I just want a better idea of what these numbers really represent, because I'm a little bit confused by them and what they really mean. Citations, 121. What time period would that be under? And what days of the week? Is that 121 for 7 days a week, or for the 1 day of the coffee? Or what does that number represent? That's all I'm trying to figure out.
It represents enforcement activity on one day, so on one Saturday.
On one single, so is there a date associated with it?
There was. I don't believe that I identified which date that was, but it was on a single date in both of those instances.
And that's, was there a stepped-up enforcement on that date?
Yes, correct, there was.
And do we know how many officers or?
I did not gather that data.
Okay, and do we know what the citations were for?
For a variety, so any vehicle code citation, pardon me for stumbling over that. So it could have been speeding, revving, issues with registration, but in this case, the target enforcement was to focus on, from my understanding, speeding in particular with the vehicles arriving to and leaving from around the Vista Hermosa interchange.
Okay, but we don't know the date of this, when it took place.
Not other than a Saturday in March and a Saturday in May. I don't have the exact date handy.
Yeah. And it would help me better understand if I knew what the citations were. I mean, if they were for speeding or loud engines or.
We could
just don't know.
certainly request additional information. In the initial request, though, I didn't get a breakdown beyond the data in front of you in this report.
Okay.
I just have a quick question. Were there any other days of enforcement or just those two this last year?
Yeah, so these were the two targeted dates of enforcement that have occurred in 2025. OCSD is aware of the event and regularly patrols the event. They don't station someone there every Saturday, but as they're available, depending on other calls for service, et cetera, they do monitor the site because they are aware of the community concern with vehicle code issues on Saturday mornings.
Okay.
Can I ask one follow-up question? Because the city manager stepped out for a second. This is regarding the task force, I'll call it, that the CHP and OCSD did on that day in March. Was there a cost to the city associated with that as far as paying for the officers that participated?
Yeah, there is a cost to the city. We hope that it's recovered in the citations issued, but that is a cost to the city.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff?
I have a
Mr.
question
Moore?
for the staff. On these two special operations, can you find out the information about the manpower used in terms of the number of officers and the number of hours? I assume it's about 3 hours total, or maybe it's shorter. I don't know. Can you find out that for us?
I would be able to research that information. I don't know that I'll be able to get that information immediately for your consideration today, but for a public hearing in the future, should you schedule one, yes, I'm sure that we could gather that data.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's hear from the public. How many speakers do we have, Madam Clerk?
18 speaker
18,
cards.
okay. Let's, as the city clerk, read your names 2 or 3 at a time. If you could kind of move forward if your name has been read so that you'll be ready to make comments when it's your turn. Great. What are those first names?
I'll call the first few names. Bill Burke, followed by Hal Culp, followed by Scott Tree, followed by Lou Lido. Bill Burke?
I thought there were 2 Bill Burks. Sorry for a minute. Hi, everybody. I'm not used to doing this. We come from very different lives. I am a restaurant director of operations. I represent Ruby's Diner and Auntie Anne's at the mall. So we are directly affected by Cars and Coffee every Saturday. We're a family restaurant, and it's my opinion that Cars and Coffee is a family event. I see kids, I know there's kids and families all day long, at least while they're there, and we look forward to it. We build our weekend around Cars and Coffee, and it would really be a detriment to our business, and I believe to our city, if we were to lose it. That's about it, other than I'd like to put it into perspective that we get complaints at our restaurant quite a bit. If I were only getting 4 complaints in 4 years at my restaurant, I would consider myself a wealthy man, because that's not a trend. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Sir.
Hal Culp?
Hi, my name is Hal Culp, resident of San Clemente. I live in Shore Cliffs and have been in San Clemente for 22 years. I'm a volunteer at South OC Cars and Coffee and have been for many, many, many years. I may be the longest standing volunteer at this time. Maybe there's one more longer than me. We've made lots of changes in the last few years, and we are diligent in our representing of the city and taking care of all the people that come on Saturday. And I'd echo that it is completely family. I know that I personally have learned 100 people that I have met over the years, know their names. I see them every Saturday that are there. They bring their families. We have people that are giving toys away to kids, little cars, Hot Wheels cars to kids to celebrate them being there. We have virtually no problems at the car show today. I would encourage you to not bring this to full circle and bring it into a public hearing, because I think we're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Scott Tree, followed by Lou Lito, followed by Simon Ware, followed by Jack Mullen.
Hi, my name is Scott Tree. I'm a San Clemente resident for many years. I go to Cars and Coffee every Saturday. There's a whole group of us that get together. We meet people from all over the world. Cars just have a way of uniting people. Frankly, there's no politics there. There is just people enjoying themselves. Good, clean American fun. We also support the high school kids, and we do many benefits for every year to them, just teaching them and getting them involved. These kids that are there with their cars, they may not be my kind of car, but they're into it, and they're learning something, and they're excited. There's no rules that your car has to be finished. It can be anything. It's just camaraderie. You just don't see that anymore. Financially, I've talked to I went around to almost every business today with Simon, and everybody was just, that we talked to except one person, was mortified. They said that it would truly affect their bottom line. It brings people in there that just normally wouldn't traffic the mall. And coincidentally, the car show starts winding down as their stores start opening up. So walking around there, many, many malls across the country are just failing or failed. This is actually a revenue builder for the city. It's huge. I own a classic car restoration shop. I pay a lot of taxes to the city of San Clemente. I get a good portion of my business from that show. And I see my customers, and we work on cars like they're ours, and it would be a shame to lose such a wonderful experience every Saturday. Sure, in communities, there's always going to be little issues. But somebody's going to rev a car, but we pretty much have a zero tolerance unit. I mean, one and done. If you do something that just is idiotic, you're out of there. Anyway, it would just be a huge, huge loss to the city and just to the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lou Lito, followed by Simon Well, followed by Jack Mullen. Jace Mullen.
I'm Lou Lito. I've been a long-term San Clemente resident. To look forward, we need to look back. Nearly 100 years ago, when Ole Hanson wanted to promote his vision of San Clemente as a place to live, work, and play, through the years, he and later city businesses and leaders continued to recognize that our Spanish village by the sea would need events, activities, and other forms of interesting family-oriented entertainment for residents and to attract visitors to our local businesses. I support that Cars and Coffee remain vibrant and accessible to future generations. I came here to speak as a voice for members of our community, as well as to promote the economic and cultural significance of this weekly gathering. The benefits each week include motivation, aspiration, and multi-generational conversations. San Clemente is fortunate to have organized a weekly event that continues Ole Hanson's vision. The South OC Cars and Coffee has earned a reputation as the premier event of its kind in the U.S. It's more than a static vehicle gathering. It's a weekly city event that encourages the no-cost participation of local residents, our students, our Marine and sailor neighbors, out-of-town visitors, and even many international guests to stroll with friends and family to share their experience and knowledge, discuss local or current events, enjoy our climate, magnificent ocean and hillside views, while surrounded by historical, owner-modified, collector, and modern vehicles. One might hear elders talking with young enthusiasts and students, or locals chatting with out-of-towners offering international visitors, describing experiences, exchanging ideas, or encouraging another towards an appreciation for personal transportation. Most importantly, all discover the merits and offering of San Clemente. Participants support our restaurants, retailers, shopping areas, fuel and electrical filling stations, and hotels, and they return during the week. It would be a challenge to identify any other San Clemente of this scale that does this safely, consistently, and on such a regular basis. All of the above is the envy of other cities or municipalities for this kind of regular activity that brings such a positive economic impact. I cannot think of another San Clemente event that offers this success. Influenced by Ole Hanson's vision and tradition, I encourage any and all support that you and our city decision makers can lend to embrace, encourage, and support the long-term continuation of our Cars and Coffee gatherings at the outlets of San Clemente. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Lou. I'm Simon Ware. I'm the founder of South OC Cars and Coffee, along with my son, James, who spoke here in 2022. Good evening, council members and mayor. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, council member Cabral, for actually attending the show on Saturday and actually meeting with some of our regulars and seeing what we do. And a big thank you to our family. These are my people. These are our people, especially the 3-year-old at the back who's got a sign that says, "I love South OC Cars and Coffee." That just moves my heart. First of all, I want to acknowledge the concerns raised by some of our neighbours. It's completely understandable, and that people view this issue personally. We all care deeply about our homes and about our community. And I also want to say that I 100% support any enforcement detail. We have the reputation of being the strictest car show in the world. Our rules are so strong. We ban people if they do the wrong thing. We name and shame them on social media. We have over 20 signs that tell people to behave themselves. We have between 20 and 60 volunteers on any Saturday, most of whom are Camp Pendleton Marines. So we are really strong on that. And while I sympathise with the people who aren't happy with what's happening, sometimes as a city, we need to make small sacrifices for the greater good, for something that benefits not just a few of us, but all of us. The truth is, the majority of San Clemente residents value and participate in this event. It's become part of our city's identity, something that brings people together week after week. Our social media following is huge. 21% of Facebook are people from right here in San Clemente. Of our 1.5 million annual views, that's 300,000 local views of our Facebook. And these aren't kids that are messing around. These are voting, tax-paying adults over the age of 35. In fact, 75% of those people are over the age of 35. When it comes to community involvement, this is the largest weekly free community event in the county, possibly the country, and it doesn't cost the city a dime. It connects families, friends, neighbours, attracts automakers showcasing prototype vehicles, movie cars, even a Formula One car 3 times. It spans generations, 3 generations, grandparents, kids. We've even had a 104-year-old lady celebrating her birthday with us. It also provides volunteer opportunities for Camp Pendleton Marines, fostering a closer, respectful relationship. We bring a lot of exposure to the city. We are incredibly passionate. My family moved here in 2010 and made San Clemente our home. We became citizens, and this is our way of giving back to the community.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Jay Smolin, followed by Craig Dobbs, followed by David Durham, followed by Matt Knoll.
How we doing, guys? My name is Jay Smolin. I want to back Simon up. His rules are definitely ironclad. My first experience with South OC Cars and Coffee, I was an active duty Marine, and my car got mistaken as somebody else's car, and I got banned. So many years later, it's obviously known that that wasn't actually me, and I've been...
So enforcement's working, is that what you're saying?
Enforcement works. Yeah, enforcement works, and I found out on Facebook and, got shamed, and that's a very serious thing. People go all out to make sure that the car show is kept safe. So he's very serious when it comes to his rules. I've now been attending north of 7 years, somewhere in that territory. started as a volunteer, started my first business. My business is now aligned there. So I generate a lot of revenue, takes care of my family, takes care of my employees. I think there's probably several other business owners in here, if not dozens, that also rely on a good bit of revenue coming from that show. I've watched for years them trying to do better, more volunteers, more police presence. That was actually back in 2022. That was something that the city wanted, was a bigger police presence at the show, and so I'm glad that it's working. I just want to point out that it is a proponent to people's businesses, their families, what we do on Saturdays. It's safe. It's a melting pot in the world that we live in right now. There's not a whole lot of places where people can go and intermingle without, whether it be hate or political strife or your opinion or my opinion. It's one of the only places I can go where I see people from all sorts of backgrounds and different families, different lifestyles. Everybody just kind of gets along. It's centric not just to cars, but to people. So I'm here once again. Hope that it doesn't get brought up. I think that there's ways to have conversations about what the car show can do better, and we always listen and do our best to implement that. So with that being said, that's all I have to say. I just hope you guys take it seriously, because it's a big, big event and it takes care of a lot of people's lives and families and all that fun stuff. So that's what I got to say.
Thank you.
Craig Dobbs, followed by David Durham, followed by Matt Knoll.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for letting me chat. Firstly, happy birthday, Mr. Hall. I guess what I wanted to say or start with is I'm not local. I'm from San Diego. My family and I come up to this event probably three weekends a month. And I've already sent each of you individually an email expressing what Cars and Coffee means to my family. So what I thought I'd do is kind of pivot here and maybe think about why this event is important to San Clemente. As previous speakers have said, or at least one in particular, please come down one Saturday so you can experience it yourself, because this is an absolute experience to see this kind of turnout when you have multi-million-dollar cars. I personally like lowriders, but it's something to see a multi-million-dollar car standing right in front of you, or parked right in front of you. Interestingly, I hit Wikipedia. It's not the end-all be-all, but it does claim Southern California is the car capital of the world, and specifically calls out Orange County as being the car capital of Southern California. With that, I grew up in Orange County, lived down in San Diego now, as I mentioned. How does San Clemente differentiate itself? Huntington, Surf City, Laguna, Pageant of the Masters, Sawdust Festival, Newport Beach, probably the exotic, well, it's Newport Beach. Exotic car capital, maybe. Dana Point with Killer Dana and the harbor. I'm just thinking, how does San Clemente differentiate itself? And you've got a world-class event that happens for free, open to the public every Saturday morning. It's really quite impressive, to say the least. Completely unrivaled. I work for a biotech, an international biotech, as a biochemist, and I have colleagues that come in from Europe, that come in from Asia, that are like, we're going to go Saturday morning, right? They stay an extra weekend just to come up to San Clemente to go to South OC Cars and Coffee. So pretty much all I wanted to say. Again, please come visit on a Saturday. I think you'll understand how it is just a remarkable event. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Durham, followed by Matt Knoll, followed by Kevin Forsyth, followed by Steve Bash. David Durham? Are you David?
I can't hear anything. Both my ears are plugged up, but I'm Matt Neal, and a lot has been said tonight, and I don't need to say too much other than I've been a car guy for 50 or 60 years. I've attended car shows throughout the United States. I'm in a couple of car clubs. We've run car shows. And I think that this event is one of the finest events that I've ever gone to. It's organized, it's safe. The attendees are happy with everything. They bring their little kids, they bring their animals, they converse with everybody. I think it's well-run. The operators don't neglect anything. We can't get in before 8:30. We have to be out by a certain time. And I think safety's at a premium for the people, and I think they've really run it better than anything. I just came back from a car show in Biloxi, Mississippi last week. 10,000 cars. It lasted for a whole week. This is by far the best, most organized car show that I've been to. And I would hope that it continues.
Thank you, sir.
Kevin Forsyth, followed by Steve Bash, followed by Rod Pick.
Thank you for your time. I'm a long-term resident, 27 years in San Clemente. My kids went to high school here, and I manage apartments all over the city. And I can tell you, I've been in Cars and Coffee for 7+ years, and I've only seen 2 incidents. One guy was going too fast, and one guy spilled some coffee in a car, and they were all self-patrolled, which means everyone around stepped up and said, hey, you can't do that. We don't do that here. You need to be calm and collective. And every person around us did it on their own accord. No one asked them to do it, but we all know from start to finish, it has to be well-maintained and well-managed. I get there with Scott at 8:35. We don't park in the Tesla parking lot for the charging. Everyone knows to stay away. We all don't go through and make a left by Asadas. We all go straight and leave the back way. We all follow the rules. And I have a 79 Westphalia, so I can't go fast. And most cars there are classics. There's muscle cars, of course. They like to rev them once in a while, but every person there says, don't do that. We want to be here. And I've seen it grow from something very small to be very big. And I've met lifelong friends there that I will have the rest of my life. My neighbor, our neighbors I live up by the Mormon church. Saturday morning, there's a parade of cars that leave from that whole area that go down peacefully, quietly, through every stoplight. We go in there, we wait in line, we go in and we have a great time. And we participate with Rockwells, eat their donuts and coffee, have lunch, watch the games, and we stay there for a long time. So if you shut that down, where are we going to go? People come here from everywhere, Huntington Beach, Newport, because they go in a parking lot in Avon's and meet 25 guys. We meet how many people, Simon?
700,000 biggest.
On average, over 500 cars. You know, I bought a Jeep there. I sold my Mustang there. And it all helps the city. And if it goes away, it's not going to be good for the city overall. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Steve Bash, followed by Rod Pick, followed by Michael, looks like Bavaccio.
Thank you for hearing us, and we appreciate you and your time. I consider myself blessed that I get to live in this incredible community with the beaches, the downtown area, Cars and Coffee. I'm relatively new to car ownership. I've lived out of the area. I now live in San Clemente. And when I lived in Ladera Ranch, moved a big 10 miles, I used to come to Cars and Coffee all the time. And just with my friends and family. And it's been just such an enjoyable experience for us. It's not just me, it's friends and family, and it keeps growing because when people come, they just fall in love with the experience. I have so many friends that I've met there, and it is a neighborhood event, and we are a community that is a subset of the greater community. It means a lot to me, it means a lot to my family, and I think it means an enormous amount to this community. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Rod Pick. I'm been a resident in San Clemente for over 30 years. It's a fabulous town. Just love it. I show my car at South OC Cars and Coffee about once a month. And it's a family event, and it's wholesome. Dads and moms and kids and the whole like come. I'm always amazed by the number of people that attend. Many obviously from our local communities, but I'm always amazed. People from out of state, people from other countries, people from down in LA drive their classic cars down here. It draws a tremendous amount of people. And they come to our wonderful town, enjoying the sights and spending their money and enjoying everything that San Clemente has to offer. So I really hope that this event can continue, because I think it's fabulous for the city. Thank you for your time.
Michael Bascio, followed by Rhonda Bascio, followed by Lola Chavez.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to read because I'm not good at a time thing. So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Mike Boucher. I've been a resident for 25 years. I'm here to voice my wholehearted support for South OC Cars and Coffee, an event that means a lot to me, my family, and countless others in our community. For me, South OC Cars and Coffee is more than just a car show. It's a cherished family tradition that began with my father-in-law, Frank, who was an Army veteran and a talented engineer at Boeing. But his passion didn't stop there. Frank was also a hot rod expert, dedicated years to restoring his beloved 70 Oldsmobile 442. Well, it's a clone, so you guys will know that. Some of my most treasured memories are the hours I spent with Frank, talking about his car, sharing stories, and attending South OC Cars and Coffees together. Although Frank has since passed, my family continues to honor his spirit and legacy by attending the show. Every time we bring the 442 to the show, we're not only remembering Frank, but we're also sharing his story and passion with the next generation, with new friends, and meet at the event. What the hell did he do to supercharge this engine? I don't know how, but he did. But, you know, it's something that we talk about. I'd like to share a special moment that truly illustrates the power of legacy and connection that this event fosters. One morning at the show, I met a woman who noticed Frank's Oldsmobile and was visibly moved. She shared that she grew up riding in her grandmother's car. I invited her to sit in Frank's car. Sitting there, she was overcome with emotion and cried, remembering her grandmother and the bond that they shared. This is what OC Cars and Coffee is all about. It's creating opportunities for people to reconnect with their past, honor their loved ones, and also experience the incredible power of legacy in a deeply personal way. These cars are more than machines. They're vessels for cherished memories and connections that might otherwise be lost. South OC is so much more than an automobile gathering. It's a community and family cornerstone. It brings communities and families together. Young and old bond over a mutual passion. This event also fosters friendships and camaraderie among residents and visitors alike. I've met countless people from many different cities, countries, locations all over the world. Attracts visitors from all over the region. Broader benefits are obvious, supports local business, encourages youth involvement, fosters civic pride and unity. I want to express my deepest gratitude to Simon and his family for their tireless dedication and leadership in making this a great event. We're always safe. In closing, I urge you to recognize the immense value that this Cars and Coffee brings to San Clemente, and appreciate everybody for attending tonight. Thank you.
Rhonda Bascio, followed by Lola Chavez, followed by Gary Giacomini.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. You just heard from my husband, Michael. My name is Rhonda. We've been San Clemente residents for about 22 years, and we live here with our 2 children. And my family has been attending South OC Cars and Coffee since the very beginning, and we love it here at the outlets. For us, it isn't just a car show. It's all about family, and it's all about legacy. The legacy that we're building for our family. We've known the Ware family who put this event for years. My son went to school with their son, so we got to know this incredible family, and they've built something so beautiful, rooted in passion, respect, and connection. It's something that brings all people together from all walks of life in such a positive way. My dad, as you heard, had a lifelong love of cars. He shared stories about the ones he owned from his teenage years all the way through every stage of life. Growing up, there was always a new vehicle in our driveway. There was either a classic car, a muscle car, an antique car, and every one of them came with a story. He was so proud of his family and his service as an Army veteran. And every Saturday, though, despite everything, was car show day. That was his passion. He attended car show every single Saturday, and he came to Cars and Coffee many times with us. He poured all that dedication into his greatest joy, his 1970 Oldsmobile 442. He bought it in rough shape, and he restored it piece by piece until it became something so extraordinary. Every time he drove it, his whole face lit up, and so did mine, and so did our entire families. And Cars and Coffee is part of this joy. After my dad passed away not so long ago from an illness, we actually inherited his beloved 442, and now it's become such a special part of our family. So now we get to carry his tradition forward and the legacy. And Cars and Coffee is what it's all about. Every Friday night, my husband, who you just heard from, is after work. He is in that garage. He's washing, waxing, polishing, getting the 442 all ready for Saturday morning, because nothing takes precedence over Cars and Coffee. That is the priority for the weekend. So when we drive that car in, everybody loves it. They stop, they admire it, they just think it's so beautiful. They come over, and my husband lifts up that hood, and that's when we start making memories. People come over, they talk about the car, they talk about their childhood, they talk about growing up and the kind of cars that they had, and they just share everything about their lives. We share about my dad's life, everything he put into the car. We even bring photos with him because it feels like he's right there beside us when we have that photo and we can talk about his life. So South OC Cars and Coffee helps keep my dad's legacy alive, not just through a car, but through the connections it creates. And one day, our son, who is here, Brandon, will carry that same pride into the next generation with his family, because he will have this car in his family. That's what Cars and Coffee is all about. It's family, it's legacy, and connection. We are truly blessed to have this gem in our own backyard, and it's such a treasure, it must not be taken away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lola Chavez, followed by Gary Giacomini, followed by Jack Diamond.
Hi, everybody. I didn't plan on coming and speaking, but when I was invited to come, some of our customers came into Rockwell's where I work. That's the main view that I have every Saturday. I mean, I've worked there for a few years, 3 years. The parking lot's 99% empty some of the times, but Saturday morning, there are the most beautiful cars that I get to experience and see. I see all my customers coming in, family, the kids. I mean, it brings so much joy to everybody to have that Cars and Coffee there. I mean, after they drive away, the outlets have a lot of customers. Everyone, all the employees are making some income. Ruby's, Starbucks. When they're driving away, all the kids are lined up on the sidewalk. All the photographers are on Hermosa. It's just amazing just to see them pulling in and pulling out. But it also brings so much family together. We look forward, we know exactly who's coming into the restaurant. You know, we're so blessed to have Cars and Coffee. It would be such a shame to take it away. I mean, it brings so many families. Every Saturday, I see the same people. I see them right here, and I'm so blessed. Anyway, please don't take it away from us, because we really, really need that. God bless us all.
Thank you.
Just take care of us.
Gary Giacomini, followed by Jack Diamond, followed by Denise Zavolich.
Any more speakers, Madam Clerk? The last two?
3.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Good evening. I spoke at the last time they had you guys at the Planning Commission when they brought it up. And, I've lived in the town 50 plus years, more than, but it's kind of an emotional thing to me. I went to high school down here in auto shop. That's where I got my start. Not people work with their hands. It's a good place for kids to learn. And I would think, instead of talking about how we could curtail it or I think you can see the people and the money it brings to the city and everything, maybe everybody should work together how we can make it better. Like you're talking about, maybe work with the police or whoever, or encourage more, bring more to the city. We want tax money, transient tax money. That's it, right there. We got it. So instead of trying to drill down on one or two complaints, I think everybody would work together and say, what can we do to improve it, guys? What could we work with the promoters? And, you know, it's like a surfing contest, how we make it better. Instead of let's have this negative attitude that, oh, it's going to be this and that, and it's going to have hot rods. Yeah, there's always going to be that. We could put a force down on the beach and probably pick up some guys that are, you know, it's always going to happen in town. But I think for the youth, it's so important. Think about it, because, you know, college is not for everybody. Kids are down there taking pictures. They're learning. So it's very emotional. I'm sorry, but that's what it means to me.
Pat Diamond, followed by Denise Zavolich.
Hello, just a couple quick comments. It's fantastic, cars and coffee. What I heard tonight is just fantastic, so I applaud it. Just keep vigilant about the noise, and you guys have an excellent program here, so best of luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Denise?
First, let me say, Councilman Leffler, thank you for always answering my emails and bringing up points that I put in my email. I really appreciate you, so thank you for that. And I'm probably going to lose my voice. So I noticed not one person was from Marblehead Inland who was talking about this, and so I just want everybody to know we're not trying to take away Cars and Coffee. We're trying to control what happens when they exit Cars and Coffee. It's insane. Kids are lined up on the curves. They're lined up on the bridge. They actually go down to the freeway on the on-ramps, which is not only dangerous, it's illegal. So what we're asking for is more patrolling, and who's going to pay for that? That was my big thing. The CHP, I believe you said, was overtime. The Sheriff's Department is not allowed to give tickets on the bridge, but they can do it off the bridge and on the roads. So that is what we are cheering for. You know, we're fine with Cars and Coffee inside. We know you guys are doing a great job. It's once those cars turn the corner and they are now outside of Cars and Coffee, there's no control over what happens after that. So that's what we want everybody to focus on. And it's unfortunate that Cars and Coffee got grouped in. The problem is the outlets themselves are not controlling their special event noise. And so I'm sorry that Cars and Coffee got most of the gist of what's going on there, but they need to start controlling the noise. And I know Cars and Coffee can't control what happens outside. So that now is on the city. And they have to figure out how to pay for that, because it's dangerous. There was a video on nextdoor.com of one of the cars coming on to the I-5, lost control and took someone out in the carpool lane, went all the way across the freeway. That video is no longer in there because it's in a lawsuit. So I just want control over what happens outside of Cars and Coffee. I'm glad it's there for the outlets. I'm glad that people enjoy it so much, but please take care of what happens outside when that event is over from 11 to 12. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker. Let me just start by a little bit of history. You know, before the outlets started with the Cars and Coffee, I would join a friend of mine who had a 56 Thunderbird convertible, and we would drive to Dana Point in the shopping center there, where about 15 or 20 25 cars maybe would show up on every Saturday morning. It was a private event. There was no permitting. There was no authorization. They just were friends who had cars who would meet at the Starbucks and have coffee. And that's kind of how this started, just friends coming by with their cars. And as it grew and became more popular, over time, we had some complaints. And at the time, to address those complaints, people from the city, before I was on the council, before all of us were on the council, there was communication with the outlets, and I think the outlets were trying to be good neighbors because they said, well, it's on our property, we love having it here, we want to continue having it here, we'll modify and file a conditional use permit. At the time, I was a little concerned, and I used to work as legal counsel for the outlets before I retired, many years before I retired, and I said, why are you even asking the city permission? These are private people with private automobiles in a public place, getting together, and why do you even need that? But as good neighbors, they said, we'll do a conditional use permit to control the noise and help the community, and that's a good thing. The concerns that we've heard about noise sort of came up last week when we were looking at last meeting, we were looking at a rooftop lounge at a hotel which will be built down by the Chick-fil-A. And there were concerns about noise. So the noise was a concern. So it's a legitimate concern that we have to address. But I think issues off the private property on public streets is a public matter. And the Sheriff's Department can address that. The Highway Patrol can and should address that. And, you know, the city gets 85% of the revenue from traffic tickets for people that are, you know, engaged in exposition, you know, revving their engines and demonstration of their speed. Those things can be ticketed and should be. And I think enforcement, Rick, as an ex-police officer, you understand the ability that we have to encourage our police departments to control the noise off of our property. And I think the organizers of the event have done an outstanding job of notifying people, talking to people, putting signs up, getting in their face. I've seen them address cars and get in the window and say, turn that, you know, get off that pedal. So I think they've done an outstanding job. So my thinking on this, gentlemen, is that we encourage Captain Chevalier and his team to, on a regular basis, on a weekly basis, not just a special enforcement weekend, but on a regular basis, look at this area, and people that are doing exhibition of speed demonstrations and exceeding the reasonable noise barriers should get cited. So those are my thoughts. I agree with every speaker here. It's a phenomenal event. I used to brag about San Clemente's car show on Del Mar, saying that event brings more people out than even the Fiesta does. It was huge. And this event has surpassed that. So I'm hoping maybe someday we can get a Barrett Jackson auction going down there, maybe something really big. Are you working on it? Good. So anyway, thank you all for what you're doing. I think enforcement's key. So those are my thoughts. So Victor, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I have a.
Go right ahead.
I asked electronically though, so.
Oh, go right ahead.
So yeah, I just want to say, you know, I appreciate the Cars and Coffee. I did not just go to the Cars and Coffee. I also went up above to Marblehead to listen from there, and I'm told maybe, you know, we didn't have that much noise this weekend because of the freeway being closed. I don't know if that impacted the Cars and Coffee at all, but I just wanted to get a real sense of what the issue is. I should say I've been many times to the Cars and Coffees, but I did go again this past Saturday because I wanted to see if things had changed, if they'd gotten worse, if the noise was worse. And I could say I'm always quite surprised whenever family comes into town. I always take them there. Whenever I have friends from out of town, it's one of those things in San Clemente that we should be very proud of. And that said, you know, we have to address the noise issue whenever we can, and I think Cars and Coffee does that. I drove around just to see the number of people that were stationed at every point throughout that parking lot. There's a lot of people that are out there. I don't know the number of 40 or 50 people that are out there. The signs that are out there. We don't do that anywhere. Downtown San Clemente, we were at an event the other night, and there was, I think, Harley Davidsons out and about. Much louder than any car that's at Cars and Coffee, and they're driving around downtown San Clemente. We don't do anything because they're legal. A lot of these cars that make loud noise are legal, and we can't do anything about that. And we can't ticket them. You know, if there's a Harley out there riding and is twice as loud as any other car, the state permits it. And it permits most of those cars. I mean, I guess occasionally you could find a car that might have modified it, but I doubt that you guys let that in there. I would just say that this issue was raised by a number of concerned citizens. We take their issues seriously. I think you have addressed it seriously as an organization. I'm going to urge you to continue to monitor that sound. We'll continue to ask our law enforcement to, as cars exit, to continue to monitor that so that if there is, on occasion, somebody that violates the revving of the engine, they know exactly what needs to be done, and they will take care of that. So at the appropriate time, I'm going to move just to receive and file this administrative report and move on to the next item.
With a encouragement of our police services to monitor this on a regular weekly basis for exhibition of speed and excessive noise.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, any other comments?
Speaking of this audience, this isn't the audience that's a concern, by the way. None of you people. You're all exactly right. You go to the car meet. It's a community event. Wonderful. The last lady that spoke, that's what the problem is. It's what draws. And if you I had one slide I'd like you to put up, Laura. I won't put up the videos of any of you Lamborghini drivers out there. Raise your hand. Okay, I won't put up the Lamborghinis rolling down El Camino Real, but put up the one of the freeway underpass, if you wouldn't mind. We'll see how many. I'm sure that there's one. Okay, which one of you is in this photo right here? Raise your hand. No. These guys are down here taking pictures of their buddies racing up and down the freeway. They're drawn by your event. They would not be there if they didn't have cars for coffee. No, it's 100% true because they're not there. Okay, they're not there any day, but it's okay. It's a
folks in the audience. This is our time for the council to decide what we're going to do. So
okay,
please no comments from the
audience. It's a coincidence. You're right. It's a coincidence. Just happens to happen on Saturdays. Absolutely. Your idea about enforcing, that's great, Steve. You know what? 3 years ago, oh, by the way, 3 years ago, I watched the video of the Planning Commission. There was 300 cars at that time. Now, by your website, now there's over 600 cars. And hey, congratulations. That is great. It's great that it's growing, but so is this activity. And we tried enforcement 3 years ago. We had a police chief here who said, I'm going to send my motor officer up there who's going to sit there and monitor it. Sat there for 15 minutes, got a call somewhere else because there's more important calls in the city. That's what we pay our deputies for, are protecting our citizens, not monitoring the car show. That's not what we can't afford to do that. And the fact is it's going to continue. I will not go along with the motion because I think there should be a public hearing. I think we should look at this. I don't think we should end Cars for Coffee, but we should figure out a way to where we can get the enforcement. How do we pay for it? And I don't mean our taxpayers paying to send deputies up there. And I'll rescind that. If Chief Chevalier can walk up here and guarantee that he's going to have 2 motorcycle officers there all day on Saturday to monitor the traffic coming in and out. Chief, will you commit to that? And I don't mean being called off on calls. I mean every car show, 7 in the morning to 1 in the afternoon, being committed to the car show.
Good evening, members of the council and members of city staff. As much as I would love to do that, that would be an unfair pull for my people to say that, hey, on this date from this time to this time, every Saturday for 52 weeks in a row, regardless of anything else going on in the city, you cannot leave, you have to stay here. God forbid there's a baby not breathing or some sort of critical incident where my people are stuck at one fixed location and they are ordered not to do that. They'll do whatever I tell them to do within reason, but that would be putting everybody in the city in a bad spot.
That's what I expected the answer to be. And the fact is, again, it's not what happens at the car show, but it draws at least 600 cars and who knows how many other people, and there's an impact on the safety of our residents in our city. And it needs to be addressed. And I don't think working, I have no faith that city manager is going to get together with the people of the car show and figure out a way how to handle this off-site, off of the actual car show site. I know they've handled it there. They had a big brawl in 2020, whatever, and that's what brought a lot of this into focus. And they took care of that. There's no problems there, but it does bring outside element here that affects our city in a negative way. Can it be addressed? I think it definitely can be, but it's going to have to be addressed through our efforts with the car show people and not, well, we'll just hope that our people enforce it, because it's not going to happen. It's never happened.
Mr. Mayor,
No, let's hear from other council members before we.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm going to first put my architect and urban designer hat on my head. A city is not just a physical environment. What happens, the event helps to create a memorable experience. So in that sense, the car show is a great thing to happen because it makes the San Clemente a destination. It gives the people a memorable experience to our city. So I was on Planning Commission in 2017 and 2018, and I enthusiastically support the conditional use permit for the outdoor events. Over the last couple of years, this event has been very successful. With that, so I do not intend to take that away from you. With that said, there are externalities of this event. This is an economic term, meaning there's a side effect that affects the community and the neighborhoods. Aside from the noise and the public safety concerns, police officers have to be reallocated to patrol the area. That shifts the resource away from the rest of the city. So one can also make a valid argument about the economic benefits it brings to our businesses, but I suspect that the city is going to subsidize the event every week if we are going to need a more public safety resource to reduce the negative effects to an unacceptable level. Those numbers, the number of citations from one special operation from California Highway Patrol, as well as the police county sheriff department, those numbers are real. In one day, there are hundreds of citations just from a CHP. So I think there are options to make the event better, and that's where I'm coming from. I don't want to take that away from you, but I think we need to improve it. The option could be, for example, having the organizer to pay for off-duty police officers to reduce, to patrol Vista Hermosa on the east side, or to station in front of the event on the street, or maybe have one on the freeway. We can figure that out later, at a later time. But my point is that the city should do something to make it better, and I'd like to work with the organizers to make it happen. But the cost to the rest of the community and the cost to the city revenue, that needs to be addressed. I don't think that the taxpayer should be paying for that. Thank you. So for that, toward the end, I would support that we have a public hearing to review the conditions of the CUP. Thank you.
First of all, I just want to say thank you to everyone who came out here tonight. It's really apparent how passionate you are about cars and coffee, this community. And it really is a testament to what San Clemente is about, of gathering together as a community. My father and my father-in-law both love cars and coffee. They enjoy it immensely. They brought their own cars there now and then. And what you're doing, I celebrate. It's great. I also have to consider the needs of the other residents in the town, and I have to consider the safety of the youths who are on that overpass. I have to consider on those Saturday mornings when I'm driving my daughter or my son to soccer practice, and up down Hermosa, I see drag racers going through and speeding through and cutting people off. And it's not you. You are all law-abiding citizens who have policed the car show wonderfully, and I applaud you for that. When the visitors, again, not you, when the visitors, they'll leave that event, they want to go for a joyride. And joyrides are fun. That's why they call it a joyride, but it puts our other residents at risk. And it puts me at risk. It puts my family at risk. And that's what I have to think about first and foremost. Now, I don't think this means we need to shut this down. I think that there's a path through here that we can find a win-win situation where we can create a system that makes sure our residents are safe. At the same time, you have the opportunity to continue this amazing community. I don't necessarily have the answer yet for what that looks like. It may be something of rotating where the Cars and Coffee is and using the Pico parking lot, the Pico Mall parking lot. You know what I'm talking about, right in there. Or maybe it's something of doing it every other week or first and third Saturday. Hey, I'm just saying that there might be other solutions we haven't thought about yet. Again, this is, and that would bring more opportunities for policing of those events. And once it is under control, maybe we can look at it again and see, okay, maybe this is okay, we can come back. But right now, this is whether we want to discuss further, not that we would have a solution, but rather if we want to open this up to a public hearing of possible solutions in the future. So that is what I'm for. I'm for looking at finding solutions because I hear you. I hear how excited you are about this. But I also have to consider the needs of the other residents. And hopefully in that discussion, in that public hearing, we can find a solution that can make everyone, if not happy, at least coming to a compromise for our entire city. So I would support opening this up to a public hearing.
Okay, before we wrap up for motions, I know, Victor, you want to comment. I'll hold my comments until after you speak, Victor.
Yeah, I wanted to call the chief back up because I know the way the question that he answered, whether he could assign 2 permanent officers that couldn't move from there wouldn't work, and that's completely understandable. But my question would be rather, do you have the resources to improve the conditions right now as they stand? You know, you've heard the concerns, you've heard the complaints. Do you have the resources that could address some of those issues and make it better for San Clemente, make it safer for San Clemente?
I understand your question. So long story short, we do have a fully staffed police services bureau, but the budgetary constraints of leaving them restricted there and them not being able to leave to assist with any other calls for service, that's the sticking point.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking about keeping them there permanently. I'm asking about, you know, if you could direct more resources. I mean, they wouldn't have to be permanently stationed, but if there's people, I see police sit in different locations around the city. Could you, with the resources that we have right now, improve the situation and the safety?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Captain Chevalier. You know, in looking at this issue, I have to start from a fundamental precept, and that is we have a free society where people are free to do what they want to do on their time, on their property, with their assets. The outlets are not responsible. The people who gather are not responsible for public people on a public property exercising exhibition of speed up and down the freeway, even if it's close to the outlets. They're not responsible for it. And to limit people's freedom because some idiots on the freeway may step on the gas and go 100 miles an hour. We have a police department and a highway patrol for that. some people have suggested, one of our emails suggested that San Clemente resident was in Riverside, and they saw cars racing down the freeway, and they were sure they came from San Clemente, and San Clemente ought to do something about it, shut down the cars and coffee. Some of these concerns are a little extreme. We do have noise concerns. I think the noise concerns can be met. We have 4 additional police officers that we just installed, full-time police officers that we incorporated into our city in the last few years, which provide additional support. They may not, good public policy may not require or allow them to sit in a spot for 7 hours or 6 hours, 4 hours nonstop, but they're certainly in our community, and they certainly know how to give tickets for exhibition of speed. And also, if they're issuing tickets, and Captain Chevalier, I hope that exhibition of speed would be cited. It's dangerous for everybody, not just our folks, but anyone on the freeway. And 85% of the revenue from our citations comes to the city of San Clemente, which helps us with the support of our police department. So I don't know. I'm not in favor of having a meeting to penalize the outlets or private citizens who want to enjoy their private property on their private time. I don't think we should do that. I don't think it's necessary. I think what we should do, and it's been suggested by several of my colleagues, is to enforce, and Victor, you've suggested as well, to increase enforcement on a regular basis, not just one weekend where we're focusing on noise, but on a regular, ongoing basis. We do have the resources for it, and if the other emergencies are called, clearly our police department's going to respond. So, and we don't always have a consistent time when those violations occur. So I think I could support your motion, Victor, with an emphasis on enforcement. I think we ought to perhaps ask Captain Chevalier to report back to us in a month, in 6 weeks, to say how many citations have been issued, what increased activity have they actually done to ensure the safety of our community from exhibition of speed, noise, and dangerous conditions. So I could support your motion.
I accept that, yeah.
With that, is that a motion that you want to make?
Yeah,
Victor?
that's a motion. Yeah.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have the details on that? I'll second that motion.
I do.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
No. Zen, was that no?
No.
Okay, the motion fails 3-2, with Victor and I voting yes, the other 3 voting no. Do you have
I'll make a motion that we bring forward a public hearing to discuss these issues and trying to find whatever remedy we can to make San Clemente a safer place.
I'll second it.
Folks, we've heard from everybody. This is not the right time to speak from the audience. This is our time to consider what we're going to do. We have a motion, and the motion again specifically was?
That we bring forward a public hearing to look at options to make San Clemente a safer place.
In regard to
In regards to the street safety surrounding the outlets.
We have a motion and a second.
I'll second.
Is there a discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is, I was pondering a friendly amendment or a substitute, but go ahead.
No, I mean, it would be hard to vote against that. I mean, we want to make San Clemente a safer place.
Can I just add some clarity from my experience on this? And I have a lot of traffic enforcement experiences. I'm sure Chief Chevalier is dedicated to doing a good job of this, but he's always been dedicated. Our last 3 police chiefs have been more than willing to write exhibition of speed tickets or speeding tickets. The problem is they don't have a surplus of available time, and the only time we got tickets is when they actually ran a task force. So while I believe that they would, do I believe that they have the opportunity to do that? I do not. I don't think that's practical, and so I think something more proactive has to be done. That's.
Councilmember Loeffler,
Did you, Victor?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Councilmember Loeffler, would you be willing to accommodate a friendly amendment to be more specific? Motion would be to initiate a public hearing to modify conditional use permit 22328.
Yes, I would be in
Thank
rule of
you.
that, because it was a conditional use permit that they were operating under, yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is a second acceptable to that friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion after the friendly amendment? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Was that, that was a unanimous 5-0, so we will have another public hearing to discuss those safety issues. So thank you, and with that, you gentlemen need a brief break?
Sure. Break would be great.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll re-adjourn at 7:35. next item is item 10E, and I think we have one speaker on this.
We have 3 speaker cards now, yes.
Do you want a staff report?
We just had this last week, so I'm not sure.
Well, did you have a report that you need to make, or does the council need a staff report on this?
I could give you a quick update, or you guys, I think I was able to update most of you during your briefings.
Well, for the benefit of the public,
Sure.
give us a brief one, and then we'll hear from the public.
Since your last meeting, I was able to have a very informative meeting with the residents up in Marblehead who had come to express their concerns about the potential noise that could be generated from the rooftop deck. In that meeting, we talked about potential solutions. We were able to come up with, I think, are some solid solutions. We had suggested those to the applicant's architect. The applicant's architect is very willing to design that into the project to see if there's a way that we could mitigate the noise and concerns. And so my initial recommendation to the city council was to table the need to go to the design review because it looked like maybe perhaps we were on a path where we might be able to come up with something that would be amenable to everyone involved. Since that time, the neighbors have made it clear they would like, at least for design review, to be able to see this project. So if the council is so inclined to send this to design review, what I suggested is that we send it to design review as soon as the applicant is ready with the modifications that they're going to propose, so that the applicant only has to redesign the project once. We would hate for the council to get comfortable with the design, then go to design review and have them redesign it a second time. So if the council is so inclined to send it to design review, I think I would change the recommendation that I included in the staff report, which was to send it, which was to continue the item, and perhaps if you're so inclined to send it to design review, let's do it right away so that we can keep the process moving forward.
And I'm concerned with the timing and the delay. We have the Olympics coming up. We need hotel space. So I guess we could have a special meeting if we needed to after design review subcommittee to make a decision on this if need be.
That is correct. That is possible. That is correct.
I don't know what the pleasure of the council is when that time comes, but we'll keep that option open.
It's my understanding that the applicant is trying to move forward as quickly as they possibly can to get this, and I think they probably are. Design and review, I think, is a good idea, especially since some things will change when the applicant comes with what the end design is. The number of the occupancy could change. There could be a lot of things that could change. The design and review is typically that's what they do, and I think I'm feeling pretty confident that they can come together with a package very, very quickly.
And then we can, rather than plug it into we can have a special meeting if we need
As soon
to.
as they're ready.
I actually don't believe a design and review is necessary. I think there's already much progress with the community and that's been addressed by the concerns by the architect. I think they have a solution that they're going to come to rather quickly, and I'd rather see them leave some pressure on them to come to that conclusion quickly rather than send it back to design review. And so that's the position I favor.
Let's hear from the public, unless there's any of the council members want to weigh in before we hear from the public.
I do have a question for the staff and the city attorney.
You want to wait till the staff present, well, we've had that, so go ahead with your question.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
It's more about a procedure thing. The city council has approved this project. We're contemplating sending it back to design review. What's the status of the previous approval?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I appreciate that. You're correct. The project has been approved. The hotel has been approved. The rooftop deck has been approved. The extension to the 5th story has been approved. So we're not trying to undermine a decision that's already been made by the council. At your last meeting, there was a discussion about whether or not we could maybe send this item back to design review to address the operations of the rooftop deck and make sure that we're mitigating the light, the noise, and other impacts that might come from having the rooftop deck. So again, that's a great point. We're not trying to undermine or reconsider decisions that have already been made by the council, but rather see what we can do to mitigate any potential impacts from having the rooftop deck.
So we're not staying or suspending that approval. We're not rescinding that approval.
No, staff does not have that authority. Only the council has that authority, and that was not, I believe, the intention of the council.
Okay, thank you.
Just another question here really quickly. So you believe that the hotel and working with the hotel and or the design of the hotel, through that we can come to an amenable solution dealing with noise and light without going we don't necessarily have to go through the design review committee for that?
I believe that the solution that's being proposed by the applicant, after talking with the residents, the solutions that are being proposed by the applicant will address those concerns. I do believe that.
And so therefore, we can do that without taking that extra step of going through design review.
Yeah, the design review may have additional, maybe comments or suggestions, but I do believe that the applicant is trying very hard and listening and trying very hard to address the concerns that were raised by the
And
residents.
ultimately, that decision would come back to the council as a whole.
Yes, the design review board is not a decision-making body. They would be making a recommendation to you. That is correct.
So whether or not it went to the design review, or either way, it comes back to us as the final.
That is correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, let's hear from the public.
Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Denise Zavolich, followed by Don Hickman.
I was reading some public comments in the back, and I think it's pretty clear that the residents want it to go back to the design review, or want it to go to the design review committee, subcommittee, and I think it's very important to address the noise and light that has been a major issue, and of course, due to the height increase and the open air during the venues. There has been a failure to conduct adequate EIRs, and I think that's been mentioned at the public comment time. But I think it's really important to have it go to the design review subcommittee with the modifications that they are working on now. But I think it's really important to be aware that they do want it to go to the design review committee, subcommittee, and I think that's all I have to say about that. Thanks a lot.
Next speaker.
Denise Zavolich, followed by Don Hickman.
Well, that was one heck of a way to clear the chamber, wasn't it? Let's talk about the
We didn't do that
hotel.
just for you, but you're the beneficiary of that.
First of all, Mr. Hall, happy birthday. What a heck of a way to celebrate your birthday. Thank you to you and Councilman Leffler for so much time spending with the residents, letting us know that we're finally being heard and trying to work with us. And so that's what I want to say. So are you ready for this? I want to encourage the council to choose option 2 to continue the item with the direction of staff, because I think we still have some work to do with the applicant, and our whole process is we're trying to stay out of court. So the more time you spend with us, letting us help decide a solution that's going to work for both sides, the better. And then I believe it can go to design review, because they're going to need to tweak a few things. So I don't think you should avoid that step. But I would like you to continue working with the residents and let a little bit of time go in order to do that, so that we can come to a resolution and not go to litigation. That's what I'm asking for. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name's Don Hickman, and I am a San Clemente resident. Mr. Loeffler started off by talking about the conditional use permit and reading several parts out of it. I just want to read one. And that's paragraph 54, and it says, I quote, "The outlet shall monitor exterior noise levels using a decibel meter, such as a Reed instrument R8070SD or other device approved by the Director of Community Development, which records data during all events that use amplified sound to ensure compliance with the city's exterior noise standards." So my question to you is that ever been done with respect to the church services, the circus? If so, two things. I would like to know what the city's exterior noise standards are. Number two, I would like to see that data. I suspect you probably don't have it. Please prove me wrong. In addition, I will ask one other question. If in fact the hotel, restaurant, bar, rooftop is approved and built, is that an outdoor amplified activity? Because if you put a TV on the bar, that's amplified. You put a speaker on that 5th floor, that's amplified. So are you going to have this meter reading that volume every day? And are you going to be able to tell us that it meets the city's noise requirements? I leave that question with you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, gentlemen, it's a pleasure.
I would move to table this item. I think that there has been, the parties have been given I'm going to draw a blank for the right legal term, an extension to file the litigation if they are. There's a deadline now to complete this. I think they're going to reach a resolution quickly. Yeah, and so I would move to table this item.
That's kind of the impression I get as well.
Yeah.
That we have a motion, we don't have, before we have a motion, anyone want to weigh in on the concept before we entertain a motion? One's been made, but we haven't heard from everyone.
Well, there's lots of moving parts, and it doesn't look like I have all the information. I think city manager has all the information. I will heed his recommendation. If his recommendation is that we refer it to the DIC, then so be it. If his recommendation is table it, I will take his recommendation.
I'm sorry, was that it? You
I
support
will,
that?
I will take city manager's recommendation.
Yeah, my comments are, I do think that we're close on this. I think that the design and review portion of this is important to some people that are a very big part of this component. I don't think it's going to delay anything. I think we're on course to get this in the time frame that we've discussed. And I agree with the city manager. I think that this is the right way to go. I think we should send it to design review. They can tighten up the last few threads that I don't think that we want to do up here. And it's going to come back to us anyway with some good recommendations, I think, just like they usually come back with. And I just think that that's the most transparent way to do it. And that's what I'd be supportive of.
I'm just concerned with sending it back to design review that they might make recommendations that we can look at as well, and that their recommendations may be not what ultimately we want to do, and then it delays us further and puts a couple different issues of how we proceed on it. So I'd be more in favor of expediting this. If the city manager would like to weigh in either way and address Mr. Wu's question, I'd be happy to hear him.
Yeah, before I speak, I have a city attorney next to me trying to get oxygen, and I don't know why yet. So.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I just wanted to clarify the purpose that the council has for sending the project to design review, because the project has been approved. So you should clarify what the purpose is.
Well, I think it's going to just like when they usually go design review, I think it gives the applicant a chance to tweak their project. I think it gives members of the public to come and at least be aware of whether they want to speak or not. At least they can see how the sausage is made. And I think it also gives the design review could come up with some great recommendations. Not to put what they should do, but they could come up with, do they want to do a sound study? Do they want to, it's what design and review does. I mean, if a project comes to them, they try to tweak it to where it'll go through the city process the best. I don't think it slows anything down. It comes back to us right away. It doesn't have to go anywhere. We either accept the recommendations or we modify them and we approve the project.
My clarification there is on the very last part. So ordinarily, a project goes to design review before it is approved. Here, it's already been approved, so it would be a recommendation to the applicant, but there's nothing coming back to the city council unless you're directing something to come back on an approved application. So that's just that last part is,
Okay, so we've
We've already approved it.
the structure that's on the roof, we've approved already?
you've approved the project, yes.
No, but I think the applicant now is talking about enclosing it and putting it on a roof. I haven't seen that. So where's that? Where are those renderings? I haven't
That would
seen
be
it.
something new. So
Well, is that something that the applicant is doing, or am I, okay, I'm lost here. I thought that's what the applicant was doing. I was enclosing, putting a roof and doing those things.
Yeah, I think where we are in the project is that the city council has approved the hotel and they've approved the rooftop deck, and in order to do that, you had to make a finding you had to amend the specific plan to allow the fifth floor. So that's all been done. One of the things that has been of concern is that as we now get into the final details of how the project will be built, the concerns of both the council, by the way, the council and the residents has been, how can we mitigate the noise? How can we mitigate that sound so that we don't impact the neighbors by having the rooftop bar? In discussions with the architect is very confident that they will be able to do that, because in conversations with the residents, it was actually one of their suggestions that maybe if you enclose this, we can take care of the sound. When that was presented to the applicant, they said, that's probably a good idea. If we can enclose at least 3 of the walls and maybe we have a disappearing wall. Again, here I am designing from the desk, I don't mean to do that. But a disappearing wall on the west side, you can contain the noise, and then maybe whether it's inclement weather or it gets later in the evening, you can close it off so that the sound is contained, especially in those evening hours. I can tell you, I went up and I did experience some of the noise that they're concerned about, and I think it's a valid concern. I think we should be looking at the noise. And so, the question is whether or not it goes back to design review. I completely understand the reasons both for that and why we want to move this process along. In the end, I would tell the council what I tried to tell the residents. In the end, in this kind of a situation where it's been a little bit non-traditional and we find ourselves in this situation, I think that in the end, a written agreement between the applicant, the potential, I don't know what to call them, the people who are looking at suing the city, and the city, coming to a written agreement to that's the ultimate outcome, where we all agree on where we're going, so that once we start the project, there's not, well, can they do this later? Or, hey, they didn't do this that they promised to do. We're all clear about where we're headed. That's the outcome that I think is most beneficial to all of us. Only the council can enter that kind of an agreement. The design review can't do that. So if the council, again, my recommendation is, if you want input from the design review committee, get it now, not after we've gone through and made peace with the neighbors and had them give us their suggestions and we all feel good about the project. And then if we send it to design review after that, the only thing they could do at that point, it seems to me, is modify the project to mess it up. So if we want to get input from the design review committee, I think you have to have it early on, not after we've come to an agreement on, yes, this is what works for everybody. Sending it to design review at that point would only potentially throw a wrinkle into something we've already all agreed to. So I would say get their input early, or just have it come back to the city council, and let's move on as quickly as possible. That's the 2 paths I think we need to follow. So get it to them quickly, get their input, have that included in the redesign, or move forward with the redesign. That's literally kind of where we're at in this situation.
If the project goes forward with the applicant and the neighbors discussing the things that concern them regarding light and noise, and those issues are resolved to their satisfaction, that would come back to us ultimately, correct?
Correct. I would recommend it come back as an agreement.
And my thinking is that there'd be a benefit in that. I think that the pressure is on. I don't think the applicant wants to engage in litigation. So it's been my experience, having worked for the applicant many years ago, that they're one of the most flexible, accommodating people that you can find in business to satisfy the concerns of the neighbors. That's been my experience. So I'm confident that with the sort of Damocles hanging over their head with this litigation, that they're going to do not only what the neighbors think is beneficial, but what improves the project. And it sounds like there's some ideas to do that. So I can kind of,
I think they're there at that point. I think the meetings with the
That's the
architect.
impression that I get as
I've
well.
met with the architect and I can tell you that it's a pretty good project.
Okay, everyone has weighed in. Any other additional comments before we entertain a motion? Rick, did you want to say something?
No,
You're pressing the button, I just.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have full confidence in what you're saying. I just lean towards how the residents that are involved in this feel more comfortable. I don't think it would delay, it's not going to delay either way. The time frame is exactly the same. And so I kind of side with the residents being more comfortable in the process.
I'm going to second that. I think anything we can do to improve the procedural fairness is good, because we're unfortunate in this messy situation. So anything we can make it more transparent and open, I will support
Okay,
it.
do we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah. I moved the table.
And
I'll second it.
motion's made and seconded. No discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
No.
3-2 with Mr. Wu and Mr. Leffler voting no. Next item, we're going back to the public hearings. Item 8A, I believe, is the next item. This is a de novo appeal hearing for public hearing project 25-323 Hanson Hotel. A request to construct a 61-room boutique hotel with a rooftop restaurant, cafe, subterranean parking, and related improvements, finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. We have how many public speakers we have on this, Madam Clerk?
We have 3.
3, okay. Gentlemen, we're familiar with
and-
this. Do you want to have a staff report, or do you want to move forward?
Just heard one just a couple of weeks ago.
Just to, before the speakers come up, just to notice that the recommendation is to continue the public hearing to a date uncertain, just so speakers are aware of that.
Okay, let's hear the speakers, yeah.
Larry Culbertson, is Larry still here? No, okay. Followed by Amanda Quintanilla, followed by David Liu.
When reading the information about the appeal, there were some concerns, some issues that stood out. They mentioned the traffic study that was conducted in one day, and this has happened before. This happened before in Project Summer regarding the Amazon applications. And so there was concerns regarding Amazon, regarding VMT, and saying there was 21 miles per hour vehicle miles of travel per employee and so that was a concern. And the traffic study was done on November 17th, 2020. So there's a concern there because it's similar to what they're asking for the appeal. And I just wanted to quote Stephanie Roxas, who was a planner for the city. She stated that the scope of the traffic study was originally approved by the city's former traffic engineer. However, since staff has recognized there are shortfalls with the current traffic study, and a result of public comments, the study lacks data on potential impacts to traffic on Avenida Pico. So I'm really concerned about if they have raised some concerns regarding traffic, and they've only did a traffic study on one day, there is a concern. Another concern that was raised was regarding the provision of lower cost overnight accommodations. I know with the applicant for the 402 Pasadena Court Hotel, the California Coastal Commission said that the permittee shall provide at least 3 standard double occupancy hotel rooms where the cost of the rent rooms overnight shall not exceed should not at any time exceed the applicant's proposed lower threshold, which is of 2025 is $147.76. The same thing the California Coastal Commission opined on the Hotel Clemente on Avenida Del Mar for to have 6 standard double occupancy hotel rooms at the rate of $147.76 per night. So the person or the people that are appealing this do have some valid points there, because I think this hotel for the Hanson Hotel was, I think, over $200. So there's a discrepancy on the fees. So the person that, or the people that are appealing this do raise some issues. Also, the California Coastal Commission on those other hotels, there was concerns regarding nesting, bird monitoring and avoidance, and there's concerns regarding the sensitive receptors.
Thank you. Next speaker.
David Liu?
Thank you for the opportunity. So first, before I raise my concern, I have a question, because I'm the resident of the Sea Summit, so which is the front of the hotel. So I don't think I received the notice. So because if you want to hold a public hearing, you better have the notice for the resident for that area.
Not a public hearing. Well, actually,
Yes, it is.
excuse me,
So-
it is, and I don't think I opened the public hearing, but it's a motion to continue. Do we need to open the public hearing for a continuance request? I don't think I opened it, so I guess I'm going to open the public hearing.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah,
Do I
because
need to incorporate
I received the
Amanda's
postcard
comments
from
into
somewhere
our-
else. I thought, that's right in front of my house, so.
Do I need to incorporate Amanda's comments, or do we need to hear from her again to incorporate?
Mr. Mayor, I would recommend that you request that the city clerk include everything that has been stated at the opening of the item into the public record for this
Yeah,
matter.
I'll make that
by
request.
motion.
Is that acceptable to you, Madam Clerk? You could do that? Okay, thank you.
Someone start again?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Can I continue?
So, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so
We'll
that's
reset
fine,
the-
yeah.
We'll reset the timer. Go
Okay,
right
yeah,
ahead.
because I received the other notice.
Want to
So-
reset the timer,
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Okay, so my house is the front of that hotel, so because I live there. So there's a restaurant bar even far away. So when they hold a party, it's very loud, very noisy in the evening. So I cannot imagine if they have a rooftop bar in the front of my house. And the reason I ask for the notice, because my neighbor here, the public hearing, they want to come in, but since this is a short notice, so they are not available for the time. So I walked the dog nearby. I saw this public hearing notice on the fence on that property site. So that's where I heard from, but I didn't receive any notice in the mail. So my second concern is that I just heard you see there another hotel near our community. So in other words, there are 2 hotels near our same community, Sea Summit. So that's it'll be very, very noisy. And also for the concerning for the CEQA, when I bought that property, I was told so that area is the federal protected, reserved area. They won't have any future construction or whatever. So I'm surprised that they'll be having so small, tiny area. They'll be going to build a hotel for that area. Not only for the traffic, I every day take a dog walk by. I feel that area is not site for the hotel for that corner. So, and also for the. Yeah, besides that, I think they'll be devalue the housing value because we pay the property tax based on the value and the view. So if they build a 3-level hotel in front of this house, I think that will be obstacle to the view and also be affecting the property value. So meanwhile, I think we pay the special property tax for the new housing in there. So that's my concern. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. No other public speakers? Gentlemen, what's your pleasure on this matter?
Want to close the public hearing?
Yeah, we will close the public hearing and consider a discussion on the matter.
I would just move to continue the public hearing to a date uncertain and follow up the staff recommendation to consider the appeal of the public hearing project.
Second?
Motion's made and seconded by Mr. Wu, I believe. All in favor, say aye. Aye. The matter is continued. Next item is 8B, introduction of the first reading of an ordinance 1796 to amend Chapter 8.16 and Title 16 of the San Clemente Municipal Code to adopt the 2025 California Building Code regulations with certain additions and amendments and deletions. We'll open the public hearing now. Gentlemen, do you need a staff report on this, or what? Is there public speakers, Madam Clerk?
There are not.
I'll entertain a motion unless you'd like to hear a staff report. There's a motion on the floor?
I'll second.
You need to read the whole thing.
Well, we're going to ask the city clerk to read the whole thing, but it needs to be read, correct?
Yes, I will
So
read
there's a
it.
motion, and is there a second?
I'll second.
And part of that motion, Madam Clerk, if you would assist the maker in the second by reading the
Yes.
detail?
The motion is to introduce and conduct the first reading of ordinance number 1796, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Title 15, Chapters 15.05, 15.08, 15.11, 15.12, 15.14, 15.16, 15.17, 15.18, 15.20, 15.22, 15.23 of, and Title 8, Chapter 8.16 of, and adding Chapter 15.13 to the San Clemente Municipal Code, and adopting by reference the 2025 California Building Standards Code, California Code of Regulations, Title 24, consisting in part of the 2025 California Administrative Code, the 2025 California Building Code, the 2025 California Residential Code, the 2025 California Electrical Code, the 2025 California Mechanical Code, the 2025 California Plumbing Code, the 2025 California Fire Code, the 2025 California Green Building Standards Code, the 2025 California Energy Code, the 2025 California Wildland Urban Interface Code, the 2025 California Historical Building Code, the 2025 California Existing Building Code, and the 2025 California Reference Standards Code, together with certain additions, amendments, and deletions thereto, and repealing ordinance number 1738. And number 2, find that the changes and modifications to the 2025 editions of the California Building, Plumbing, Mechanical, Electrical, Residential, Wildland, Urban Interface Code, existing building and fire codes are reasonably necessary due to local climatic, geological, and topographical conditions in San Clemente. Other amendments are of an administrative or procedural nature and concern themselves with subjects that are not covered by the code or are reasonably necessary to safeguard life and property within the city of San Clemente. Adoption of these codes as amended will implement the latest codes in the city and complies with current state law and repeals ordinance number 1738, and set a public hearing for November 4th, 2025 to consider the adoption of ordinance number 1796 and direct staff to advertise the public hearing as required by state law.
What was the one after 15.20?
We'll call the building official up for that.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. That brings us to item 9, unfinished business. There is none. So we'll move back to the new business, item 10A, introduction of first reading of an ordinance amending Title 6 of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to animal control, welfare, and licensing requirements within the city of San Clemente. Do we have any public speakers on this, Madam Clerk?
We do not.
Gentlemen, do you want to use staff report, or is there, entertain a motion if there is one, or if you'd like to hear more about this?
All I would like to say is Ms. Stenner, Jen over here, is just doing a phenomenal job leading the CASA, and just very impressed with her leadership on that. And thank you for creating these ordinances to align us with Dana Point. Yeah.
And this ordinance doesn't include any of the furry creatures that we've been hearing about, right? There's no furry animals in this ordinance? Okay, good to know. Is that a motion, Mark?
Yes, I'll make a motion to move the item.
I'll second it. Motion's made and seconded by Mr. Enmeyer, seconded by myself. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Matter passes. Thank you very much for what you're doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you for staying so long.
Yes. Earned your pay tonight. Next item is 10B, a resignation of Arts and Culture Committee member and Community Safety and Welfare Committee members. Do we have any public speakers on this?
We do not.
Okay. I had
a question to see. I asked the city manager if we could discuss this, and on the, what's the one called, the Public Safety, Human Resources, whatever that.
Affairs?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, the combined one. I remember when we did the appointments, which was not that long ago, there was one member of that board that we kind of went back and forth on, and I think it was Mr. Bauer, actually, who we discussed, Cord Bauer, and we had some discussion, and we decided on the person that actually just resigned or never went to a meeting. I was wondering if there's any facility to where we could possibly, at least in the interim, put Mr. Bauer on that board until June, until we pick again or whatever, at least so there's somebody on that board.
You recommending that he get appointed to
Yeah,
this?
yeah, because I'd have to look at the minutes, but it seemed like there was quite a discussion on, and some of us really did
Yeah, I
like him. And then there was a question, well, public safety experience or whatever, and that's why we chose who we did. But we actually do meet that quorum for public safety people already, so it can virtually be anybody.
It could be. Do we have any, do you know, Madam Clerk or Mr. City Manager, if there's been any requests right now to fill this? Because we have the recommended action is to provide staff to fill the vacancy. There's a recommended person. Has there been any outreach or anyone contacting us to say, I'm interested in serving?
Not yet. We were waiting for direction from you before we advertised, so we've
Okay,
not heard.
since Cord Bauer's name hasn't been agendized for consideration, I don't know, Madam City Attorney, would it be appropriate to pursue an appointment along those lines?
It would be appropriate to agendize that for a future meeting.
Okay, then the question is,
May-
do we want to open it for other people consideration, or do we want to take Rick's suggestion for that particular?
Mayor, my recommendation is to have the city clerk, for each of this commission or committee, there were maybe 2 or 3 who did not get appointed. My recommendation is for the city clerk to reach out to each of them to see who is still available and willing to serve. Then bring the short list back to the council, we make a decision.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Rather than reaching back to those that applied historically, I think if there's a vacancy, we just need to let the community know, because some of those people may have fallen off. There could be new people, and to extend the invitation to the entire community would broaden the pool.
Mayor, my thought is,
In the pool.
Well, I understand. I'm just thinking, my thought is, that was some time ago, we had that discussion. Some of those people may not be available, and even if they are, there may be other people in the community that, now that there's a vacancy, would be wanting to apply, that's all.
either way.
Yeah, I would only say is that, one of the suggestions I think that Rick made is get involved in the committee and volunteer and see if you can participate. So there may be people that have been doing that, and it would be good if they've just said, I'm not a member, but I'm going to participate, pick one of them. So
Has there been anyone along?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
On the
But,
liaison, I haven't seen that yet.
okay, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
So, just so I'm clear, there's 3 options on the table. Yet no one's made a motion, but the options are either to appoint someone who did not make it who was in that pool, and just do an appointment without any sort of process of looking at others. Other option is to open it up to the public and see who applies in general. And the third option would be to just wait until, what is it,
Next
June?
year.
May. I think it's
Actually, June 27, that's quite a
June.
way.
Yeah.
It's a ways away.
It is a ways away, yeah.
Kind of hurts subcommittees.
Well, I'd make a motion that we open this up for the public to compete, and if Cord is interested, he can sit in applications, well-known and well-respected in our community, so that's my.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion on the motion?
That sounds fine to me.
That's okay. My preference is to just reach out to the people who did not make it, but it's okay to open it
Okay,
up.
we have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. The next item is 10D, which is informal report on the city's housing element implementation of affordable housing opportunities. And Mark, I think you wanted to discuss this issue. Any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have 1 speaker.
Okay. Gentlemen, do you want to have a staff report, or do you want to hear from the
Let's have
public
this
first?
staff report first.
Okay, you want to give us an update?
Yes, Principal Planner Zach Ream has a PowerPoint. It's got about eight or so slides. We'll go through it pretty quickly. It should take less than 4 minutes.
Thank you very much. Zach Ream, Principal Planner. This is an informational report. We're back pursuant to the request made about a month ago on September 16th. If we can get next slide, I'm going to talk about our housing element implementation and also some affordable housing options. So this slide is showing our housing element, which was adopted by the council in 2021 and approved by the state in 2022. Section 5 of this document is the housing action plan. There's goals, strategies, programs, and objectives in this plan, and it's an 8-year action document. So we adopted it in 2021, it goes through 2029. Each year we have to demonstrate progress, which I think is the next slide, if I can skip. This is the progress we made last year. We established a housing overlay. This is probably the most significant progress we've made in the first 4 years of the program. So the red area on there was our previous affordable housing overlay. That's along El Camino Real. We redesignated from an affordable housing overlay to a housing overlay, which the intent was to incentivize more housing at all income levels, ideally projects that would have primarily market rate with a component of affordable housing. And that's eligible on pretty much all the small parcels on El Camino Real in red there. The other thing we did that's more the state mandate is to pick 6 parcels elsewhere in the city, which are larger commercial parcels, and made those larger commercial parcels eligible for housing. We didn't rezone them for housing only. This came to you all about a year ago in December. But it enables in the future, if those parcels are redeveloped or if not as much of the parking lot is needed anymore in, for example, the Target or the Walmart or Pico Plaza, for housing to be developed on those sites. And you have to have a qualified affordable housing development project that's like usually an 80-20 mix of market rate versus 20% affordable to qualify for that. Next slide. So we're doing outreach. We're required to do outreach every year. This year we reached out to 6 affordable housing developers proactively, and then we talked to other interested affordable housing developers and market rate developers when they reached out to us or at conferences or public events. Here's an example of an email. We sent them offering a meeting, and I think we had a few meetings as a result of this outreach. It hasn't resulted in any projects yet. Next slide. We also develop property profiles. Usually this is a reactive approach when a property owner or people interested in buying or developing a property reach out to the city and ask, what can I do on this property? This one's showing the Rite Aid site. The Rite Aid just went out of business, so this is a pretty large, attractive site available for either commercial or housing or a combination thereof as a mixed-use development. Next slide. This is the current DMV site, which was recently sold, and over the next few years could be redeveloped for housing or commercial or housing and commercial. We've met with the previous owner of that site, the new owner of that site, and some interested parties that want to redevelop, and told them about the process and what they would have to go through to get housing built there. Next. This is the old City Hall site. This is probably the most eligible large public property we have. There hasn't been specific direction from council to advertise this site for housing. The last process we went through was in 2021 and 2022 when the council expressed a desire to declare it surplus property and sell it off to someone who was interested in a variety of uses. It could have been hotel, or it could have been housing, or mixed use, or commercial. There was interest from multiple affordable housing developers at the time, but the city council didn't reach an agreement with any one interested party, so it remains in the city's possession. What we did do in 2024 is add it to the housing overlay, so now it's more eligible for affordable housing than it used to be. Next slide. This is the last successful affordable housing project in the city. This was 2013, 19 units of affordable housing. It's attractive. It's in the downtown part of the city. It was built on a former city-owned parking lot, actually just a portion of the parking lot. There's still, city maintains ownership of some of the parcel. And the city, here what made it successful is the city donated the land, and the city also provided funding that had come from fees that the city had collected from prior market rate projects. So the city contributed a portion of the funding here, and then the private developer provided a portion of the funding. Almost done, I think 2 slides left. So ongoing work on housing element implementation is we're updating our inclusionary housing program. That's when a for-profit developer builds housing of more than 6 units, they have to pay a small fee that goes into the fund that funds the future affordable housing. We're updating our ADU ordinance. That's frankly the method and the program that's generating the most housing in the city right now is ADUs, and we count some of those as our moderate income level. They're definitely not low income or affordable housing, but they do help with our overall housing supply. And then lastly, we're working on an update to our emergency shelter overlay, which is a state mandate that every few years we look at the emergency shelter overlay. That'll be coming to you in the next few months. The staff recommendation there is not to expand the emergency shelter overlay or to incentivize any more emergency shelters, but just to update the development standards that would make one feasible and comply with state law. I think that's it. Next slide. So the recommendation here, you have 2 options, or you have more options potentially, but staff's recommending you essentially receive and file this report, maintain the same directive that you already gave through your approval of the housing element to implement these various programs over years. And then the related program that I think you heard about a meeting ago is this real estate asset management plan that the city staff community development is working through, and that will identify parcels in the city's control that could be reallocated for affordable housing or other uses. That's scheduled to come back to you sometime early next year, and you could consider affordable housing as part of that directive through the city's real estate profile. The other option is you can direct staff to be more proactive now before that happens or to pursue other options.
Okay, quick question. Do you have any specific requests for the Rite Aid site or the DMV site? Any specific proposals? Anyone looking to
So we
develop those
don't,
sites that you know of?
we don't currently have any applications that have been submitted, but we have met with the new owner of the DMV site, and
Did that change hands recently, you say again?
yeah, that was about, I want to say 4 months ago, 5 months ago, yeah. And so the DMV lease will end within the next couple of years. There is a desire for housing there. The applicant has a good team, or I should say the property owner has a good team put together, including a land use attorney who is looking through this zoning code, state housing laws to identify a process to redevelop that area.
And the Rite Aid?
And the Rite Aid, that's an interesting one. I don't know that the property itself is not, at least last time I checked, is not being marketed. What happened was the Rite Aid went out of business. The owner of the property is trying to sell the lease for the remainder, or the Rite Aid's trying to sell the lease, the remaining lease for the property.
So you don't have any specific developers that want to use that you know of?
We don't have any applications. What we have are interested purchasers who understand that there's probably also a good opportunity to just simply contact the owner and try to purchase the property at this time.
And the hotel, I'm sorry, the City Hall site, any recent nibbles on that property?
You know, we do get interest from time to time. Typically what happens is we provide them with the geotechnical report from that.
Scares the heck
and
out of them when they run away.
It makes them reevaluate what they thought the property was worth. However, staff does feel like there could be some potential movement forward, and so we're working through that.
Okay, gentlemen, any questions of staff?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go for it.
Thank you. Is the Rite Aid a zone as a mixed use or retail?
Rite Aid, well, it depends on what lens you're looking through. According to the zoning, that's a neighborhood commercial zone property, which would just be retail. However, there are some state laws that would allow housing to be developed there.
It's in the housing overlay.
It's also in the housing
It's
overlay,
also
yeah.
in the housing overlay.
Yes.
So wouldn't that give a developer the right to develop? Is there affordable housing requirement or any housing is okay?
There's an affordable housing requirement in the housing overlay. You must provide 20% low income or 40% moderate workforce income as part of your housing. You could also do mixed use.
Okay, now move that parcel to, say, there's an existing hotel. We recently passed a zoning amendment that a hotel cannot be redeveloped unless they keep the same amount of hotel room. Does it create a conflict with the housing overlay requirement to allow them to develop housing?
No, there's a safety valve under that requirement that if the project is pursuant to state law or some other state exemption, that they don't have to replace the lost hotel or motel units.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, did you have a?
Yeah, just a couple questions and comments here. Could you go back a couple slides to the map of San Clemente? One more, another one, sorry. Yes, right here. So that blue area where Target is, what's the plan? So that's overlay there of mixed use, what's the plan?
There's two parcels there. So Target's the big one. There's a really faint line that you could squint at that we call the out parcel. It's a smaller parcel where they right now have excess parking that wasn't required.
Yes.
So that's the more likely location to the west to be redeveloped with housing or mixed use.
Is there any nibbles on that to turn that into housing at this moment?
We get phone calls. They would have to acquire the rights to do so from the Target Corporation.
So, yeah, Target would then have to let that go, not, okay. Is that correct?
I think there's actually a sign in front of that property right now saying available for commercial lease. It doesn't say
How
housing.
large is that parcel? How big was that?
The out
remember.
parcel, I believe it's,
1.3.
yeah, it's under 2.
2 or 3? It's not all that big, but it's at least, what, 2, 3, 4 acres, or?
I was going to say 1.3.
Oh,
It's
that's
less than
small.
2.
I know it was
Yeah, it's-
fairly small, okay,
Less than 2.
okay.
It does have entitlements for a couple retail shops, one drive-through like coffee shop, and we have been working with the property owners on extending those entitlements pursuant to the code. So it seems like there's still a desire.
For housing purposes.
Not for housing, but to build that commercial use.
Besides affordable housing, just north of that target area, there's a lot of open land there. And whether or not it's affordable housing or just market rate housing, is there any plans of development in that area at all?
No, that area is not identified as part of the housing overlay or anything essentially other than open space. And there's a few reasons for that. One, the last time the housing element was reviewed and adopted, the city did consider some open space sites. However, open space sites are generally limited by a number of factors. One is they could have been used as mitigation for the other development that's around them, and which makes the environmental quite extensive to mitigate for that change of use. The other issues are there could be conservation easements that are in place. In this particular area, there is a very large swath of conservation easement. Not to say that there isn't something that's potentially developable, but these types of open space areas are a much bigger lift for both the city and a developer to put affordable housing here than other places like the Plaza Pacifica parking lots, which are already developed and could accommodate quite a large number of residential units.
Just curious, if they weren't affordable housing, does that make it, just regular market rate housing? Is that more tenable as a development spot for housing?
Well, if it's not in pursuit of the state housing laws, then the conversion of property from open space zone designation to residential would likely require a vote of the city residents to approve that land use change.
Is there a way, if there's a mix of affordable units with market rate, does it still have to go through that? Or is it, with current state laws, putting in emphasis on housing? I'm just curious, which one supersedes the other there?
So a mix of housing could make this work. The issue is that we have something called Measure V, which says that if you want to rezone anything larger than 1 acre of open space, designated land, to anything other than open space, it has to be a ballot measure. The exemptions from that process allow for a conversion of zoning related to fulfilling the state's housing requirements. We have a certified housing element. We have met the state's requirement. While we could make some modifications to it, just simply designating more areas for affordable housing or housing in general, while definitely something that the state would want to see, may run afoul of what Measure V requires.
But the question Mark asks is a good one, and that is, who supersedes the state housing rules or our local Measure V?
Since we have a certified housing element,
Maybe that's a question
Measure
for
V at this point is, I believe, would limit our options. It's not to say that we couldn't redesignate certain areas, but I want to be careful in having the amount of staff time and resources necessary to redesignate open space is much more extensive than looking at properties that are already, at least I'll say, zoned commercially and allowing for an overlay.
I understand that, but it's really a legal question.
Yeah.
Does Measure V trump state rules relating to housing? You suggest they kind of work, they're kind of blended together.
Yeah.
But would Measure V require a vote, I guess? And that's whether we go forward or not, that's a great question.
So as things stand right now, we have a certified housing element, so we've met the requirements of state law, although staff is looking at making some changes to that. So as it stands today, we would also need to follow Measure V. So it's not a matter right now of having to choose between them, it's about meeting both of them right now.
Because we have the housing element.
So if we fell behind in the housing element, it might be something we'd have to look at our open space if we ever needed to, right? I mean.
But we'd have to do all these other options first that
First.
are already in the housing element before looking at a path of that open space there.
Yeah, and Measure V has exception for housing element, also public use. There's a couple of exceptions in there for public benefit type uses of parks and so forth.
The exception is not for housing in general, it's for affordable housing. As of now, the state has passed numerous laws to preempt local control, but they haven't had one to say, we're going to preempt your ordinance similar to Measure V. So
Yeah, what I will say is, and I apologize for staff continuing to bring up the real estate asset management plan. But I would much prefer that the city council have an opportunity to look at our property portfolio from a citywide perspective, and understanding that housing and affordable housing may be a desire. Staff can look at, include information about the feasibility of a lot of the city's open space areas to at least help guide that discussion. You know, there could be other open space areas that actually do make a little bit more sense, that there are opportunities where we could make this work, rather than just focusing on, like, behind Target, that's a large piece of property, let's just look at that. If we could just step back and let staff put this real estate management plan together and holistically provide kind of what the best options are from staff's experience, and also from inquiries that we get from members of the public and interested purchasers, because a lot of these decisions are market-driven. As the staff report indicates, one of the biggest challenges to producing housing in San Clemente, if not all of Southern California, especially along the coast, is the very high very high land costs. When we get inquiries from interested purchasers of property, that helps us, that informs staff as to what pencils out. We have not gotten, I don't recall anybody ever reaching out to us about the property behind Target.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers on this item? We do. Any other additional comments, gentlemen, before we hear from the public?
one more question.
Go ahead.
Adam, what does the yellow area mean in Plaza Pacifica?
Yeah, it's lower density, maximum allowed, so it's still qualifying affordable housing development project, or 80% market rate, 20% affordable, but I think the yellow only goes to 15 units per acre, whereas the red is 24 and the blue is 30.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's hear from the public.
Lois McNichol?
Wow. I waited and waited and waited until I could afford to move to San Clemente. But now we have to have affordable housing. So, what I would like to know is, okay, we're not moving the train because that's mass transit, and guess what? That also, SB 79, will allow the state to just tell us they want to put affordable housing somewhere. They don't have to ask for your permission anymore. You guys will be absolutely obsolete because they will just come in and do what they want.
So if we do not become a charter city, if we do not become a city that has a standing in court, that we can finally stand up for ourselves, then what are we doing here? Because we keep talking about affordable housing, and we keep talking about how we're going to, but affordable housing, let's talk about it. Let's say what it is. It's high density. We do not have the room in San Clemente for high-density population housing. And we would make a nightmare out of living here. If you love living here now, you would hate living here after that.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Amanda Quintanilla?
Was the timer on? I didn't see the, oh, okay. I didn't see the, normally it's
She
on,
was
but I
quick.
didn't see it. Thank you.
So thousands of people fought against the toll road, fought against having a toll road through our open spaces, and we relied on Measure V as well. And I'm just really in shock that Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Emmeyer would even suggest putting affordable housing in open spaces during a time I would. It's unfathomable to think that you would even suggest that. It's just atrocious. Our open spaces, so many people have wanted our open spaces for toll roads or for anything else. I mean, it's a target for battery farms. And right now, just on Monday night, the Saddleback Board voted to give back $750,000 to Compass Energy, owned by NG, and to which that was allowed. That provision, that grant of $750,000 was set aside for a community benefit for Compass Energy to apply through the California Energy Commission. And it seems to me that our open spaces need to be protected. And if we start saying, oh, let's put in affordable housing, that needs roads, that's just going to open up to everybody coming in and just building all over our open spaces. We have to consider the conservation easements that are behind Target. We have to consider that. Mitigated lands that were set aside, like Mr. Atamian said, those were set aside because of Talega came in. And we need to uphold that. We need to uphold that mitigated land, the conservation easements in our open spaces. And I feel like I think the residents need to band together to put another legislation to have more open spaces, more for preservation of our open land. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay. Gentlemen, what's your pleasure on this matter?
I want to make.
Go ahead, Mr. Wu.
I want to make one comment responding to one of the public speaker. SB 79 allows some city to build a mini tower nearby a transit stop. However, it does not apply to San Clemente. It requires the frequency of the railway service to be, I don't remember the specific number. I think it's 12 stops.
I think it's like 200 stops.
No, either 12 or 24. Staff can clarify that. We're not near to that at all. So it does not apply to San Clemente. So there are some fears about it, but it does not apply to San Clemente.
Okay, on this motion, do you have any comments regarding this item for motion or for, Mark, you have a comment?
Yeah, the reason I brought this up is I've just been concerned looking at our progress of our affordable housing and the fact that since 2013, we only have 19 units total. And I love that staff has done such a great job in identifying these areas. But I'm concerned that either we as a council or wherever that has fallen short, we haven't put enough emphasis to say this is what our city needs. And I'm thinking not just for a year down the line, I'm thinking 20 years down the line, where grandchildren, my children, are they going to have a place to, if they want to be I don't know, a lifeguard, will they be able to afford to live in San Clemente? Will there be units for them? And affordable housing units, this is if you're making under $100,000 a year. This is still like it's our middle income, our middle class that we need these units for. And so my purpose in bringing this up was again just to see if the council can put some more emphasis on our staff to really pursue more of these affordable units wherever we can and wherever that's development. And I appreciate you that you're coming back in, was it January or February with a more comprehensive plan.
Just to manage expectations, it'll be before April of
Before
next year.
April.
Yeah.
And
City owns a lot of properties.
Yeah.
We want to make sure we get it right.
And just in that, with council direction to say, let's put a heavy emphasis on finding these ways to create more affordable units.
Okay, we have a motion?
I moved.
Oh, go ahead, Victor.
I was just going to say, it's, we all want affordable housing, but some of these concerns that have been raised are really out of our controls. A lot of it has to do with what the state's doing with regulation, has to do with the price of housing. If you bought a house, 15 years ago for $500,000, you sell it for a couple million now. We have little control over that. That's what the market controls what the pricing is. It's hard. I know the state says we have to do it, but it really is hard to build affordable housing in San Clemente. And it's not our fault as a city, I don't think. We can blame it on inflation, we can blame it on a lot of things, but we can try our best, but there really very little we can do. And it's the developers who have been priced out of the San Clemente market to build a lot of this housing, and they've got to find a way to make a profit. And if they don't have a way to make a profit, they're not going to build, unfortunately. So those are all the concerns that are the backdrop for this. As much as we like, as a city, we can't force developers to build projects that won't make them money. And it's the dilemma we're in, but we'll do our best to see what we can do, but I'm not sure that we can do a lot.
With that said, I would like to make a motion to receive and file the administrative report dated October 21st of 2025 and on file with the city clerk, which will maintain the directive of staff to implement the goals, strategies, programs, and objectives of the Housing Action Plan as certified by the state of California through the 2021 to 2029 housing element. 2, allow staff to continue evaluating potential sites for affordable housing development through the pending real estate asset management plan, and return with a feasibility analysis for council consideration at a later date.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion?
Just one quick discussion. I agree
Is
with
there a motion on the motion?
Yeah, it's a discussion on the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, just a quick, on that, I agree with what was being said. Just one disagreement in the term that.
Disagreeing with the motion?
No, just.
What Victor said?
Just what Victor said.
That's not on the motion before us. We have a motion pending and a second pending. We have discussion on the motion, not on prior comments. Go ahead if you.
It's just quick, just that there are organizations out there such as Jamboree Housing that do make things affordable and that are nonprofit that can work towards those things. That's all.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously.
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
one point of clarification. I did not hear who made the second.
Rick did.
Councilmember Loeffler, thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. The next item is item 10F, a discussion about our potential modification of the city county policy relating to getting items on our agenda. This was continued from our last meeting. Do you want a staff report on this, gentlemen, or what are your thoughts? Do you have any public comments, first of all, Madam Clerk?
We do,
How many?
just one.
Okay. Gentlemen, do you want to hear from the public before we discuss, or would you?
Yeah,
like
let's hear
staff
from the
report?
public first.
Okay. I assume that's Amanda. Come right ahead.
I think I just have 2 sentences. The concern that I have is that it's going to be placed, if there's a change in this policy, that any council member can do it for the next city council meeting, but it's going to go right into the consent calendar. So unless anybody, basically, unless any of the city council member pulls it, then it'll just automatically approved versus having 2 people, 2 council members say, getting a second to bring something back on the agenda. So I would prefer just let it stay the way it is and to avoid any problems in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, gentlemen, discussion on the, want to hear a staff report, or do you want to discuss? It's your pleasure.
I'm ready to make a motion unless there's discussion.
The public speaker did raise a good point, because by putting it in a consent calendar, councilmember may be reluctant to pull it for discussion. By putting it underneath the potential agenda, we can always talk about it and have a vote on that.
Yeah, my thoughts on this generally are similar. I think our policy allows 2 council members to get items on the agenda. Historically, we didn't have that, so certain council members were not allowed to have a vetting on their item. I think the purpose of this policy was to kind of prevent ongoing discussions about the item, so we're not violating the Brown Act by saying, I want to discuss dogs on the beach, and we get into detailed discussion about it before we actually agendize it and notify the public that we're going to be talking about it. I think with the tutelage of our city attorney and our city manager, I think we've been flagged down enough times when we've kind of begun to cross that line that our current program, I think, is acceptable. So I don't know that I would support any change other than our current protocol.
With a friendly amendment that we give her like a buzzer.
A bell or something.
She changes like.
A shock on this chair,
Yeah,
maybe.
something.
It's a great idea.
Well,
I don't know if we can trust her with that power, though, but with great power comes great responsibility, Elizabeth, so you have to.
I agree with Steve and Zen. We're trying to correct a problem that we've kind of caused on our own that I think we can probably take care of.
Any other discussion on the item?
Yeah, I'm amenable to whatever solution.
Okay,
How about the buzzer?
I like the buzzer. I like
The
the
shock
bell.
treatment.
Might get overused.
I would make the motion, we table this item.
I'll
That's my
second.
motion. Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes, did I hear all yeses?
Yes.
I thought I did. Passes unanimously, thank you. The next item is the consent calendar. Do we have any public requests to speak on any of these items?
We do. Item G and 11G and 11I.
G as in Gloria and I as in Indiana?
Correct.
I was going to pull I also,
Okay,
so just to
alrighty.
make a note.
Okay, gentlemen, did you wish to pull any items besides GRI? Do I have a motion on the balance?
I move them.
I'll second. All in favor of the balance, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, passes unanimously. Let's hear item G. That is a consideration of a resolution approving the First Amendment to the Professional Consultant Services Agreement with Pacific Railway Enterprises, Inc. for the pedestrian audible warning system rehabilitation project, Project 25505, to the extent the contract term until the successful completion of the project, and authorizing the city manager to execute the First Amendment. Who is the speaker on this?
Lois McNichol?
Okay, gentlemen, do you want to discuss this matter before we hear from the public?
Yep.
Let's hear from the public then. Ms. McNichols.
I'm going to voice my same objections, that we do not need to be paying for this system. We do not have the train. We don't own the train. So Okta should be paying for it. If they can be paying millions to ruin our beach with boulders and millions more to build some kind of wall that we don't need, then they can certainly pay for the pedestrian audible system.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item?
I would just say they're paying 88%. I mean, the alternative is to have the trains blow their horns, which
keeps us all awake all
keeps
night
us
long,
awake,
mile
so
away,
it's a compromise.
Yeah.
I'd move the item.
Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
The motion's made by Mr. Cabral, seconded by Mr. Wu. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. Item 11I, consideration of a resolution approving the modified pedestrian refuge island design improvements, awarding a construction contract to Gentry General Contracting, Inc. for the Camino Miracosta Medium Island Capital Improvement Project number 15232 in an amount not to exceed 74,000, my dyslexia is killing me in there, $74,846, authorizing the city manager to execute the construction contract and finding the project categorically exempt from CEQA. Do we have a public speaker on this?
Yes, Al Fusco, followed by Bill Krutinger.
Okay, come right ahead, gentlemen.
Hi, I'm Al Fusco. I think I can help with this situation because I actually live at 407, right across the street from the park. My 2 bedrooms look down on Camino Miracosta, so I have to put up with this 6 years I've been living there of the motorcycles racing up and down and setting off all the alarms on the street. I'm going to get there about the project. And the more that they blow off the alarms on the cars, they rev it up even higher. And I'm a biker guy. I know Willie Davison, so I'm not against motorcycles. And then the Hemi, Dodge Chargers, and the Mustangs, and I mean that street. It is not a ghetto street. It's a nice neighborhood, and my mother was there in hospice. There's pregnant women. There's children. There's all these people that try to get across the street with their dogs to the park, and no putting any signs. If you haven't noticed, people have no respect anymore for the law. Just because you put signs and mediums and saying that a medium is a refuge, that I'm going to get there with the child or the dog and go, okay, if we run real fast, because they come off of Estrella, and they whip around the corner there, or they're coming from the other direction super fast. Nobody goes 35 miles an hour. And that I'm going to refuge up on this island, okay, and wait there, okay, they just quit coming for a second. Let's run the next section. I mean, that's a refuge? No, I was in law enforcement for 30 years. I'm telling you, there's no signs, blinking lights or anything that are going to stop people from breaking the law there. People don't obey the laws anymore. They don't give a crap about people and what trauma they're causing for the neighborhood at all. And by blocking off red areas there, I mean, I don't understand. They're going to cut down the parking on that street. So where are people going to park? Way down somewhere and then try to make a crossing to get to the park? I mean, if they put bumpers, when you go to Pine Park, if you guys are familiar with Pine Park there in San Juan, up on the cliff there, they have bumpers. They have bumpers across the road. Guess what? Nobody's going to come down that street by putting these in. They could do the same thing for the shopping center. If down on Hermosa they put some bumpers, people aren't going to rip and rev and race down that street anymore because of these inexpensive bumpers they put on the street. Because I've even helped with security for the cars and coffee, and people will say, I say, sir, it's a big sign right there. It says, don't turn here. You're going to go down and cause noise down here. He goes, my car doesn't make any noise. I go, but you're setting an example for the cars that do make noise.
Thank you, sir.
People don't care about the law. They don't care. So you having lights and markers and yellow and that, they don't care. They're going to break the law anyway. The only way you can
sir.
stop them is by putting something
Thank
that
you.
makes them not break the
sir.
law.
Thank you.
And the mayor was right. Just because it's near it's against the law. I once was hitchhiking
Thank you,
off
sir.
the freeway because my car broke down, and I was somebody gave me a ride to the off ramp, and a cop gave me a ticket for walking off the off ramp.
Thank you.
So they know
That's
they're not,
85% of that comes to us, by the way, just so.
they know they're not supposed to be down there near the
Okay.
freeway, so
Thank you,
they
sir.
either should get ticketed.
Bill's waiting.
Thank you,
Oh,
and
is
thank
the
you for your,
time up?
and thank you for your patience in waiting so long.
Three more minutes.
Thank you. Yes, sir, go right ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of speed bumps, but speed bumps on Maricosta there would do a lot of good for some of the speeding and noise we have there. I live at 400. We're neighbors, and I was looking at this. It's the last page of the agenda item. Detail B, a 24/7 warning flashing beacon. That's going to be, I'm guessing, like 12 to 13 feet high. That's going to be shining in a lot of residences' windows. And if there's any option to maybe cap that sucker at 8 feet, I took a drone out and just tried it at different heights. Like at 8 feet, it can't see the window, so I assume it wouldn't bother people. But even better, like ground-mounted lights, like on Del Mar. So just something so that you don't have a 24/7 flashing beacon at that elevation. That's going to be terrible. So please do something about that. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
I was going to pull the item. Can I have Dave Ravensdorf come up here for
Sure.
a quick second here? We'll bore through this
I'm
quickly.
going to ask him about speed bumps, too, I hope.
Well, now among other things. The reason I pulled this, by the way, is I've been in conversation today with Zach for a couple hours with a couple of other residents that brought up something auxiliary to this, and then deal with Dave, is they're interested in possibly having a sign at either end that says that this is the park, that put people in people's minds that I'm coming up to a park. That's not this guy's purview. It's beaches and parks to decide on if there's signage. So I was going to ask that we, when this project comes forward, if we could have beaches and parks, look at possible signage there, if that's appropriate. In addition, that's the one thing. But now onto the speed bumps also, because it kind of came up also. By the way, I think the project is really nice, and it's 6 years in the making, and I know most of the residents are really thrilled to see it come up. I think Bill does make an interesting point about the height. Can that be reevaluated? And then possibly, in addition to this project, looking at speed, I don't think bumps is the right term, whatever those things are, those bumpers, more like speed bumpers.
Speed bumps.
Yeah, okay, not dots, okay.
Compass.
Okay.
Yeah, I think something staff can look into is traffic calming, and having this median will help with some of that traffic calming as well. Yes, there will be a lighted sign, and that's what's proposed. It does have a visor. It may be possible that we could lower that slightly on the sign by a few feet. We'll have to talk to staff about that. We'll do our best to try and shade that from the neighboring properties.
Okay, and then like possible speed bumps and, along with this, is that something that we've looked at before there?
I don't know that we've looked at that before there, but we do have a policy. So if there are citizens that have interest in speed bumps, they can reach out to our traffic staff and work through the policy to get certain number of residents in that area that are interested in it, and then it will be looked at.
Yeah, well, you can ignore flashing lights, but you can't ignore speed bumps for very long. Do we have a magnitude of scale? I know it's not on the agenda, but the magnitude of scale for the cost of those speed bumps? I know they're made out of hard plastic, and they.
I don't know off the top of my head.
We're looking at 74,000 on this medium issue. I just wonder what bumps would cost.
They're probably quite a bit less, I would assume. But one of the concerns is, you have the speed of the street, and we want to certainly try and follow our city policy as well for installation of
This
speed
started
bumps.
off as
It's not
like a
necessarily staff
crosswalk,
initiated.
but for numerous
Mr. Mayor?
reasons, it can't be.
I just
go ahead.
I just had a quick question about, can we can still look at the other speed calming if we pass this. This isn't a comprehensive look. Yes, we can still agendize or ask you to take a look independently and see if you can come up with solutions for this apart from this tonight.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I think that's a good good approach. We're not in a position to tell them to put a speed bump there, because there are engineering technical standards and a policy that needs to be.
What do you think about, because my concern is that if we go forward with this, we've got some items in play that we're paying for that we could, with speed bumps and other things. I mean, flashing lights are nice, but people do ignore them. Maybe, what do you think about continuing this item to look at other traffic calming initiatives so that we consider everything at the same time, as opposed to going forward with this and then coming back with other things as well?
I would, my concern, I mean, I think that it requires a study and maybe a long-term study on that. Let me finish.
This is something that actually okay, go ahead.
It might take a long-term study to get that done. I think this is a nice compromise, not a compromise, but a first step. And later on, we could see if there's.
So you want to go forward with this?
I'd like to go forward.
Well, just for clarification,
Yeah.
wasn't this requested by the HOAs in the area? Wasn't this like kind of citizen-driven?
This has been requested for a number of years by some of the residents there. And so this was, our traffic engineer looked at options, and this was the best available option that they looked at. But this has been looked at by multiple traffic engineers, and, our current one found what he felt was a comparable solution for the residents.
I'll make a motion that we postpone this item, have a study that looks at all the options. I don't know that there's any emergency right now for this issue, and that we look at all the options, including speed bumps, and have them come back at a relatively short period of time. That's my motion. Motion on the floor. I don't hear a second.
I make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt the resolution.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Victor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Matter passes unanimously.
I do, Mr. Mayor, I do think we can have staff look at that and come back to us.
You want to modify that motion to include that? as a
I think they
post,
could, I think we
was
could
that-
ask the city
was that-
manager.
Was that direction properly articulated, Madam Clerk, for the motion? Okay,
Yes.
and that was properly articulated to the second? Okay,
Yes.
I guess for the maker and the second it was, so thank you very much. Okay. The next item is, I guess that completes the consent calendar. Next item is oral communications, part 2.
Yes,
Do you have any public speakers?
we do.
How many?
3.
3, okay, let's have that now.
Bill Krutinger, followed by Mike Kay, followed by Tony Rubolino. Bill Krutinger?
Good evening, Mayor Noblock, City Council, staff. As you may recall, I am the Chief Radio Officer for Tri-Cities Races, serving the cities of Dana Point, San Clemente, and San Juan Capistrano. We do Orange County Sheriff's Emergency Communications Team coordinates countywide exercises twice a year, and the most recent one was just last week. It was quite different from prior exercises, requiring more team members with more equipment in more places, and operating from less than ideal locations. But I'm pleased to report that our team, as always, performed excellent, and we were able to communicate with the county using both digital and kind of analog voice means from the location of San Clemente's Emergency Operations Center on Pico, and actually from all 3 cities' emergency operation centers. So just, another job well done by the team. We're ready to help if needed.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Mike Kay, followed by Tony Rubolino.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, former mayor, Councilmember member Loeffler, Councilmember Wu. I want to start by letting you know that I did a little research this morning about the Brown Act. I was fascinated to learn that it was set up not to keep 3 or 4 council members from speaking. It was put in place in 1953 to allow oral communications by the public in city council, county meetings, and related government get-togethers. And it was an attempt to put in place an opportunity for the public to come forward in a safe environment where they could freely and openly share their concerns, as valid or invalid as they may be. It was not codified, the behavior at the time, but there are some aspects that are codified. It has to be done twice a month. It has to have an agenda. And there's a time limit, et cetera. That is California law. And it was something that was there to break up backroom deals and to allow transparency. In the last few years, we've seen some pretty egregious discussions, myself included, critical of Gene James, for example, with the element of stolen valor. Gene James took it, listened to it, was quiet, we moved on. I watched Mayor Knobloch ridiculed for his beliefs on abortion about a year ago or something in here. I was horrified to listen to it. Mayor Knobloch took it, listened, and moved on. It's a difficult thing to do, no doubt, but it's an important part that we maintain a safe place for people like myself to come forward and express their concerns. Ridiculing people like myself by calling them xenophobic in the press, by ranting on about racism or some bizarre ideas, is a violation. It's a violation of my First Amendment rights. It's an intimidation and bullying. It's not cool. It's not in the spirit of what we do here. You might not like what I said, Councilmember Wu, but it wasn't motivated by race. It was motivated by your actions. Spying on my ex-wife and my underage kid, sending out bizarre emails, breaking into the private road where I live, intimidating in the press. This is not the behavior that we expect from elected officials. It's not acceptable. And I would ask the city attorney, should this continue, to look into the violations. This is a gray area, and if it continues, Zenmu needs to be reprimanded. I'm also asking at this time that Zenmu consider stepping down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tony Rubolino.
There we go. The name of this presentation is Mark Onmeyer's Hitler social media post. Yes, you read that correctly. Next slide. This is a post that Mark did, I believe on Instagram. I don't know if he's deleted it, like he deleted his entire Twitter account. This was posted on September 19th, 2020, 5 years ago. And it's a post from a history book. And Mark basically says that from a 2006 world history book, eerily similar to today, check out the last bullet point on the left. This was posted during the Trump v. Biden presidency battle for the 2020 election. Let's dive in a little deeper. Next slide. The question is raised on the book about, it's basically setting the scene for the reader, and it's got a Hitler-like image, and it's asking the reader to kind of imagine themselves that they're German during the Great Depression of the 30s, blah, blah, blah. Kind of setting the tone for the situation, and then facing an election. Next slide. The Hitler-like candidate has a platform. Remember Germany's long and glorious past, replace indecisive leadership with strong, effective leader, rebuild the army, regain taken lands, make sacrifices to return to economic health. Next slide. Mark's comment, remember, is check out the last bullet point on the left. Let's take a look at that. It says, put the welfare of the state above all, and our country will be a great power again. So, what is Mark trying to convey here in this Hitler reference in relation to the president? Is Mark alluding that Trump is Hitler-like? We know from his comments at the Labor Day protest that he referenced Trump as a tyrant, and then even at the last council meeting, he doubled down on those comments. And if so, this seems like extremist rhetoric that no politician should advance. Next slide. We know that Mark has a history. We know that he's reiterated this comment over and over. It's just extremist rhetoric that has no place, especially from the dais. Next slide. And then when we look at Mark Unmeyer's latest political gaffe, let's go ahead, next slide. Mark, I've continually referenced your daughter's poster throughout the entire situation as Trump's budget starves children. You've referenced your own poster. I'm asking you to apologize because you were in error and you owe me an apology. Mark, also, you referenced me as cowardly at the last meeting. I think that that also warrants an apology. And I want you to take away one thing while I wrap up. While you may not be advocating for violence, you are creating a situation that justifies violence. You are contributing, you are perpetuating that, and for that you must be held accountable.
Thank you. That concludes our agenda. Do we have any future agenda items that need to be agendized? I have one. You have, go ahead.
Can I just say quickly, great shirt, Mr. Rubaloni.
Go ahead, Mark.
Mr. Coleman brought up an interesting concept of, our parking issue and cars staying on the street a long time. And I'd like to send that to Adam and perhaps to the Public Safety Committee to look and see best practices in other cities to see if it's practical. Like we have on recreational vehicles, you have to move it a certain distance, not just 6 inches. So
Definitely needs to be addressed. I was going to bring the same matter up, so I'll second it for agendizing it.
perfect.
Third for staff report?
I'll third it.
And third for staff report. Okay, anything else that we need to bring up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hearing none.
No, I do have.
Oh, you do? Go ahead,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know that I'm going to bring it up today. I'm probably going to bring it up a little bit later, but we've had, on the last 2 meetings, someone show up and reference their communications regarding the land deal that Mr. Wu opened up publicly in a violation of the Brown Act. And the reason I'm bringing it up today is because the reason we're in this situation where a member of the public has reached out to other government officials is because of that violation of Mr. Wu. He made a serious, not a misstep, a violation of law. And as a result of that, his surrogate now is bringing up at weekly meetings the fact that she's had communications on this deal that the city is trying to make, further, in my belief, stalling our progress on that. And that's just my belief, but it is a serious concern that members of the public, based on the violation of Mr. Wu, had in disclosing that, making it public. And I think it's, I don't know what the motion will be, but I am seriously thinking about further evaluating this to see if we can take further action based on the continuing violation. But I'm going to think about that.
Okay, so that's not a motion to agenda.
That's not a motion.
May allow me to elaborate, respond. When Councilman Cabral said I spoke publicly, that was not true. I spoke with a counterpart public official of the other agency. That was not a public. What made it public is the council's decision to discuss it in the open session item. So I did not leak anything to the public. I only spoke with the chair of TCA, and I was very brief. So in other words, the information was, at the time, was still contained within the other government
A quick
agencies.
point of order. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but point of order of, we're discussing future agenda items. And
We are, and Mr. Cabral said he was going to, he's thinking about an item, he hasn't actually agendized it, you're correct. So I think that's appropriate to receive a response. But Mr. Wu, have you responded, or did you have more to say on that?
I already responded. I just want to clarify one thing.
Good point, as a point of order.
Yeah, good point.
Any other items that need to be agendized? Okay, hearing none, do we have reports from the city attorney?
Yes, I would like to wish the city manager a happy birthday, and I am not going to sing to him as my present.
And travel safely on your trip tomorrow. Mr. City Manager?
It's a pleasure to, it's a pleasure to serve the city council and the citizens of this fine community.
Pleasure to
Is
have
that
you
what you
here.
say? No, I'm kidding. No, thank you all. I'm serious about that. Serious about that part. No, thank you. It's nice to have a full house for the birthday party tonight. That was great.
Any contracts to report or anything? Okay. Then we have a motion for adjournment. Anyone want to make it? I'll make it. We'll make, I make a motion, we adjourn to our regular scheduled meeting to take place on November 4, 2025, closed session at 4:30 PM. Regular business meeting will start at 5:30 PM. The meeting will take place at the council chambers here at 910 Cali Negocio, second floor, San Clemente. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Wu. All in favor, say aye. Aye. This meeting is adjourned.